日全在海南的南海研究院。
是，我在海口。这个，到时今天要能回来的话，到时候再到我这来看看。关着的。啊，开了吧？开了。好。
We're still waiting for Professor Allison to log in, so we probably will just start in 2 minutes.
一会儿能不能把讲话的人变成主画面？是。
那个洪龙，一会讲话是可以变成主画面吗？
会的，会的。
啊。那个你们肯定，Allison 没问题吧？
Yeah, he tested yesterday.
他来的路上碰上了陷阱。
你没他的手机是吧？
我没有他手机，但是他助理我就每天都在联系。
那你跟他叔叔赶快确认了，你应该提前。
院长，您先不要说话，我们是来 online right now.
OK. 这很自然了。
对，在 YouTube 上直播。
他这个我们说一个 offline 再说。
那个黄教授。
Hello, good morning and good evening. Ambassador Tree, distinguished panelists, and our almost 500 registered online participants, welcome you all to ICAS 2020 annual conference on the prospects for the U.S. China relations after U.S. presidential election. My name is Nong Hong. I am the executive director of the Institute for China American Studies, an independent think tank based in Washington, D.C., which aims at facilitating the exchange of ideas and research on many of the key issues that are affecting and concerning the U.S.-China relations that are in great need of greater mutual understanding. The bilateral relations between the two has never been tested so severely as it is today. So in 2020, we're facing old and new challenges which continue to shape one of the world's most important bilateral relations and which must be addressed constructively. Under this background, the ICAS 2020 annual conference aims at identifying the existing risks stemming from the U.S.-China strategic competition, and we will also address many of the bilateral and transnational challenges such as trade, high technology, climate change, environment protection, ocean governance, among others. We look forward to the distinguished panelists' contribution to the discussion on what we may expect for the future bilateral relations, the new administration of the United States. Before we start, I would like to thank our co-organizers and the strategic partners, the National Institute for the South China Sea Studies, and China Institute, the University of Alberta, and the China program at Carter Center that work together with ICAS for many of our events. We are delighted to have the leadership of ICAS partner institution with us today, Dr. Wu Shichun, Professor Gordon Houlden, and Dr. Liu Yawei. Without further ado, now I would like to invite Dr. Wu Shichun, President of the National Institute for South China Sea Studies, who also served as the chairman of advisory board of ICAS, to give a remark. Dr. Wu is a leading expert on maritime studies, and particularly with the focus on the South China Sea. Now I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Wu Shichun.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hormon, Your Excellency, Ambassador Tiankai, President Stephen Orlins, Professor Graham Allison, Professor Gordon Houlden, Dr. Liu Yawei, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to my American participants, and a good evening to our Chinese participants. Let me begin by expressing my warm welcome to all of you to the annual meeting of the Institute for China-American Studies. I appreciate your participation in the discussion, and despite your busy schedule, for the speakers and the participants from both the United States and China and Canada. So, in my opinion, this annual meeting is special, significant, and timely, where we are going to look at the bilateral relationship between China and the United States during the Biden administration. So as we know, in the United States, Democrat Joe Biden won the presidential election in early November, and will take over the White House in January 20th, 2021. The world is looking forward to positive changes in the U.S. foreign policy and the China-U.S. relations. So over the past 4 years, the Trump administration unilateralist policies have left the international system established after World War II riddled with holes. China-U.S. relations have fallen to their lowest point since the two countries established diplomatic relations in 1979. And the strategy of comprehensive suppression and containment, the United States has launched a trade war, technology war, and a media war against China, leading to the free fall of the bilateral relationship. On the South China Sea issue, the U.S. military is stepping up actions against China and openly take sides. This shift in position has pushed the competition between the two countries in the South China Sea, especially in the military field, on the brink of out of control. After the end of the US election, the whole world has placed high hopes on Biden to lead the United States back into the family of nations, back to the multilateralism and back to cooperation in addressing common challenges in the world. So in his hometown speech in Wilmington, Delaware on November 24th, Mr. Biden said he would pivot from American first nationalism of the Trump administration, steer away from unilateralism and return to multilateralism. This is a positive signal from my perspective. For its relations with China, we hope that the US administration will be less confrontational and more cooperative, less uncertain and more predictable, and pursuing less strategic competition and more dialogue and communication. In fact, the Trump administration's persistent suppression and containment of China has not only failed to make China kneel down, but also frustrated and even repelled China's political elites and the young generation aspiring to the United States. Their American dream was shattered. Rather than consolidate its hegemony in the Asia Pacific, the United States has created a dilemma for its allies and partners who have lost confidence on this superpower. So return to normal track of dialogue and cooperation is the only option for China and the United States to maximize their interests, which also serve the interests of the other countries in the world. China and the United States have more shared interests than differences in global economic recovery, fight against COVID-19, global governance, climate change, and the regional security challenges. This means huge potential and space for cooperation between the two countries on bilateral, regional, and global issues. According to the World Bank, global GDP will contract by 5.2% in 2020, the worst recession in decades, and is expected to grow by 4.2% in 2021. But this goal cannot be achieved without the full cooperation between China and the United States. In particular, if the two countries are unable to achieve a trade truce, it would make a global economic recovery much more difficult. Since the establishment of diplomatic relations in 1979, China and the United States have experienced quite a few crises, including Taiwan Strait crisis in late 1990s and the fighter jet collision in the South China Sea in 2001. When I was deeply involved in that accident in dealing with that issue. But eventually we solved this sensitive and complicated issues through dialogue and cooperation within 2 weeks. So however, as long as the two sides could rebuild mutual trust and build a bilateral relationship based on dialogue and cooperation and mutual benefit, China and the United States, more often than not, have seized the new opportunities for development after new crisis. Although the United States and China relationship cannot back to the past, the two countries can work together to create a more brighter future. So it is my sincere hope that this conference will find viable solutions to keeping China-US relations under control and non-confrontational with more dialogue and cooperation during the Biden era. So finally, I wish this event a complete success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Wu, for your excellent remark. And I certainly share your hope for the potential change to the bilateral relations and to the global issues which may be brought by the administration of the United States. Now, please join me in welcoming Ambassador Tiankai, and Chinese ambassador to the United States, and Professor Graham Allison from Harvard University to share their view on the U.S. China relations. And this keynote dialogue will be moderated by Mr. Steve Orlins, and he's the president of the National Committee on the United States-China Relations. So prior to his many rich experience working for many of the nonprofit organizations and practicing law, Mr. Orlins served in the Office of Legal Advisor of the United States Department of State. And while in that office, he was a member of the legal team that helped establish the diplomatic relations with China. Mr. Orlins, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm looking at those pictures of Tiankai and Graham Allison, and I have to say you're much more handsome on Zoom than in those pictures. Maybe you should update the pictures. But it's wonderful to host two old friends for this incredibly important conference at this incredibly important time. I want to congratulate Hong Nong and Wu Shuquan on bringing together some of the great scholars in the United States on U.S. China relations, and it's wonderful to have to be able to sit through and hear this whole panel today, which is going to be very, very interesting and timely. I won't spend a lot of time introducing Ambassador Swaine and Graham Allison, because if you're on this call and you don't know who they are, I'm not sure what you're doing on this call. They're two of the leading Ambassador Cui obviously is one of China's great diplomats. He has now been ambassador to the United States for the longest period of time as any Chinese ambassador. It's now 7 years. So congratulations on serving that long. And Graham Allison is one of the leading thinkers on kind of America's relationship with the world. Obviously was in the Defense Department and is the author of this wonderful book, which I keep by my side, Destined for War, Can American and China Escape the Thucydides Trap? So if you want to, I would like to actually start with that and ask first Ambassador Cui and then Dr. Allison, are we in the Thucydides trap? And what can we do if we are? What can we do to avoid it? And try to keep, because I want to make this a conversation, try to keep your answers to, 3-4 minutes, and then we can go on to the next question. Because I've got a list of 74 questions and only 40 minutes to ask each of them. Ambassador Cui?
Well, thank you very much, Steve. And good morning and good evening to everybody. Let me first of all thank Dr. Wu Shuquan for his opening remarks, and thank Dr. Hong Nong for inviting all of us for today's event. I also want to wish everybody stay well and healthy for the holiday season. Now the year 2020 is about to end, and this has been a very unusual year, probably a turning point in history. To overcome the pandemic, restore global economic growth, protect people's livelihood are still pressing priorities. At the same time, we have to recognize that the pandemic is actually reinforcing and accelerating some fundamental trends in the world that had emerged long before COVID-19. And the pandemic has also brought into sharp focus some major challenges that the global community has to respond to together if we want to build a better future. There are already discussions about how a post-pandemic world will look like and what kind of a global governance we need for such a world. And it is clear that the post-pandemic world will not be stable and global governance will not be effective without sound and stable relations between China and the United States. Therefore, it is time for reflection on this consequential relationship. This is not because of so-called failures of the past. The development of China-US relations ever since Dr. Henry Kissinger's first visit almost 50 years ago has brought tremendous benefits to the two countries and the whole world. Our reflection is necessitated by the fast and complex changes in the world, which present us with great opportunities as well as high risks. We have to have a shared vision for the future and make the right choice. We owe it to the people of both countries and the global community to keep the relations on a constructive track towards agreed goals. For China, the choice is clear. China and the United States stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. Cooperation is the only right choice for both countries. As President Xi Jinping stated in his message of congratulations to President-elect Joseph Biden, the Chinese side stands ready to work with the U.S. side in the spirit of no conflict, no confrontation, mutual respect, and win-win cooperation, so that our two sides may focus on cooperation, manage differences, move forward China-U.S. relations in a sound and steady manner, and together with other countries and the international community, advance the noble cause of world peace and development. Now we are about to enter the third decade of the 21st century. There are unprecedented needs for bilateral and global cooperation. Public health, climate change, a more inclusive and equitable process of globalization, advancement of science and technology that will improve the life of more people in more places, and so on and so forth. All these challenges call for enhanced international cooperation, including in particular, China and the United States working with each other, not decoupled from one another. Of course, there are always differences between the two countries. Many of them are part of the diversity of the world. None of them justifies confrontation and war, cold or hot. And with sufficient mutual respect and mutual understanding, we are capable of managing the differences so that they would not derail the entire relationship. A few years ago, my good friend, Professor Graham Allison, made a timely warning against the Thucydides trap. And he also quoted Shakespeare, that our destiny lies not in our stars, but in ourselves. So here again, nothing is written in stone. Everything depends on the choices we make. The zero-sum game is anachronistic. Attempts to incite distrust and even hatred among different nations and different civilizations are extremely irresponsible. Those who are obsessed with great power rivalries already have their feet in the trap. Indeed, we should, based on a clear understanding of the new realities of today's world, join hands to build a new type of international relations and a community of mankind for a shared future. The first and foremost thing we have to do to be on the right side of history, or to borrow Professor Allison's words, to bend the arc of history, is to reject the outdated mindset. And the best way to avoid the trap is to open up a new path. This is the vision that we shall hold and a historical mission that we have to fulfill today. But are we up to it? So Steve, in response to your question, I raise another question. And thank you very much.
I think that's it's a terrific opening. I think I'll let Graham speak now, but then I'd like to kind of take it from 30,000 feet down to specifically what that means. But let Graham speak first.
Thank you very much, and let me thank the organizers and the participants for this session, both this morning and this evening, and to say what a pleasure it is to be with Steve, but especially also with the ambassador. Until the coronavirus disruption, I was in Washington about every week for the past 4 years. And one of the highlights of that was a continuing conversation with Ambassador Swaine. I have teased him that not only is he the longest serving and most outstanding ambassador in Washington today, but that I believe that we're not going to see the end of his boss, Xi Jinping, for quite a long time. And I've urged and believe and hope that he'll stay as ambassador as long as Xi Jinping remains the emperor. So I think that he may be with us for some time, and I'm looking for improvement in the climate, so I'll get a chance to come back and continue the conversation. So on the question, just to go to the heart of it, Steve, I think I agree very much with what Ambassador Swaine said. The answer is yes, the U.S. and China are locked in a classic Thucydidean rivalry. So if Thucydides were watching and were to make a comment on what he sees in the relationship today, he would say, these look like almost the classic version of a rising power threatening to displace a ruling power, and they seem to be accelerating along a path that should lead to the grandest coalition, grandest conflagration of all times. So on the other hand, I agree very much with his proposition that this is the hand that the parties have been dealt. And so the structural realities are what they are, but how they play this hand is up to them. So our destiny is not in our stars. There's no iron law of history that determines the outcome. It'll be the choices, wise or foolish, that parties make. So I think yes, we're in a Thucydidean dynamic, but I think actually as one of the folks who works directly for Xi Jinping said to me once when I was in Beijing, he said, why do you think Xi Jinping calls for this, quote, new form of great power relations? He said, because he got a pretty good idea what happens in the traditional old form of great power relations if parties just let history take its course. So I think if we let history take its course, I think it's going to turn out badly, extremely badly for both countries, but I don't see any inevitability in that. Now, this is extremely complicated for even us as academics or as policy advisors or policy makers, but especially for governments, because I now have come to think of it as having to pass F. Scott Fitzgerald, the Gatsby guy's test of a first-class mind. He said a first-class mind has got to be able to hold two contradictory ideas in its head at the same time and still function. So on the one hand, for sure, the US and China are going to be fierce Thucydidean rivals. And I think it's actually clear that if Xi Jinping realizes his version of the China dream, in his lifetime, Beijing will displace the US from positions of leadership it's become accustomed to during an American century, and especially in his neighborhood. So unless China can be persuaded to constrain itself as it grows into its position as what will be the largest economy in the world, which it already is, the largest trading partner of everybody, which it already is, the manufacturing and the workshop of the world, which it already is. Indeed, the only big economy that'll be bigger at the end of 2020 than it was at the beginning. Everybody else is shrinking. So unless China can find a way to constrain the natural impulses, this will turn out badly. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, unless the US can be wise enough to cope with, coexist with a rising China, this will also turn out tragically. So I think the challenge is to try to hold these two competing ideas in our head at the same time. On the one hand, to be fierce rivals, which I think we will inevitably be, because I believe the U.S. should be number one in everything. I'm very traditional, old-fashioned American in that regard, even though I know that China is now the largest economy in the world, measured by the best yardstick, PPP. That China is the biggest trading partner, that China is a fierce rival in the AI space, and so forth and so on. So that's happening. That's uncomfortable. That's life. At the same time, I'm conscious that unless the US and China find ways to cooperate in some new form of great power relations, some third-party incident like Taiwan or North Korea could drag us into a catastrophic war as surely as the assassination of the Archduke in 1914 brought all of the European powers to a tragic war. And secondly, and this is good news as the Biden administration takes office, Biden understands there's not only nuclear mutual assured destruction, which would be the outcome if the US and China ended up in a war, but there's also climate mutual assured destruction, in which if the two greatest greenhouse gas emitters don't find ways to cooperate, we can create a biosphere that nobody can live in. So can we find a way to cooperate and compete at the same time? I think the answer is not easily, not comfortably, but that's the challenge.
The British Empire rose and fell. The American Empire then was created. There was not a values conflict between us and the British. How does and President-elect Biden has talked about a values-based foreign policy. How does the values conflict between the United States and China fit into your concept, Graham? And then Tiankai, what can we do about that?
Well, the ambassador and I have talked about this. So he's rightly said that the American proposal is for China to get a DNA transplant. So if they would become just like us, then we would get over this quote values component of it. I actually like most of all the chapters in my book, Destined for War, and Americans, I've discovered, hate the chapter most, which is called, What If Xi's China Were Just Like Us? And by this, I mean just like us as we entered what we were confident was going to become an American century at the beginning of the 20th century, led by Teddy Roosevelt, who's one of my heroes. And if you look at what the US did in its relationship with Britain in the period between, let's say, when Teddy Roosevelt arrived in Washington in 1897, and when he left at the end of the first decade, the US behavior towards Britain would make what Xi Jinping has done so far seem mild. So I won't rehearse the details, which you're familiar with, but we threatened war with Britain as well as with Germany unless they backed off of a territorial dispute in Venezuela. We stole from Canada, which was the British colony at the time, the largest part of the fat tail of Alaska. And said, if you want to fight about it, be our guest. So I would say the values component of it is an element, but when I look at the dynamics of a Thucydidean rivalry in the last 500 years, you've had cases in which you had values conflicts, as well as cases in which you had values more closely aligned, but nonetheless were able to find a form of relations that didn't end in war, including with the Soviet Union and a Cold War, which is called war, but which actually was a metaphor. I count that as a case of success in the sense that we never ended up as two great nations destroying each other.
Yeah, okay. Tiankai.
Well, Steve, let me try. First of all, we take note of all the statements, comments covered by the media. I mean, statements and comments from the Biden team that are reported in the media. I guess at appropriate time and at appropriate level, some communication and policy coordination would have to be done. But before January the 20th, we are still fully prepared to work with the current administration. We still have a little bit of time, and as Chairman Mao wrote in his poem, we should seize the day, seize the hour. I always believe it's never too late to do the right thing. Now let me come back to the word values. I think that the word values in the English language is a very interesting, even puzzling one. It has some conceptual and abstract sense, but it could also mean something very concrete, very real, and very material. So sometimes things are done by some people in the name of the abstract values, but in fact, they are trying to advance their material values. I don't know whether my understanding of the word is correct or not, but very often people talk about so-called universal values. But frankly, if these values are just derived from any particular civilization without taking into account the values of other civilizations, I don't think that they are, or they could be called universal. And even so, in today's connected world, in a much globalized world today, there are common values, values held by people all over the world. And I want to bring your attention to the comments made by President Xi during his address to the General Assembly of the United Nations this year. He said we should be guided by the values held by people all over the world, such as peace, development, equity, justice, democracy, and freedom. So there are still good values. I think that these values could be called universal values, and they are enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. So if somebody wants to base a foreign policy on these values, we have no problem. We are ready to work with them.
Talking of seizing the moment, it's clear that the Congress, the American people, elites in the United States have a very negative view of China. The polling suggests between 70 and 80% of Americans disapprove of Chinese behavior. And Ambassador Tsai, you said seize the moment. Is China prepared to reopen the consulate in Chengdu, to invite back expelled American journalists back to China, to unblock the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post websites in China, to do those things with a view of improving, because those help China, with a view of improving China's image in the United States and creating what Dr. Kissinger did with ping pong diplomacy, creating a foundation in the American people of a positive view, which then allows the American government to take more constructive action. So is China prepared to do something before January 20th?
Steve, I have to say, we did not initiate the closing of consulates. We were not the first one to ask foreign journalists to leave the country. We did all these things in response to actions taken by the United States. So if the US government is ready to reverse the course, we are ready to look at it. And in order to put the relation on the right track, to have real improvement of the relation, I think both sides have to proceed with goodwill and good faith. I don't think that China should just do something to please anybody here, because we always stand for a stable and good relation with the United States. We never initiate all these provocative actions, but we have to defend our own interest. We have to respond. So it's kind of good faith for good faith, goodwill for goodwill.
Yeah, I think that's true with respect, well, it's true with respect to the consulate, it's true with respect to the expelled American journalists. It's not true with respect to the blocking of the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, Facebook, Google, YouTube, Twitter, et cetera. Those all occurred without any provocation. So those weren't tit for tat. Those were Chinese decisions which were based upon Chinese government decisions which were unilaterally taken. And the United States government did not respond to those. And I believe that those are not in China's interests. It's not a question of pleasing anybody. It's a question of basically laying a foundation at the people-to-people level for improved government relations.
Steve, I don't think it's a fact or it's even fair to say something is done without any provocation. There were provocations. If you look at what happened in the past year or so.
Those occurred 10 years ago. I don't know. The blocking of those websites has been for many, many years. You and I have discussed it many times. I think it's a mistake for the Chinese government to do it. The consequences far exceed any national security benefits.
Why don't you talk to the Chinese journalists who were forced to leave this country in the last couple of years? Why don't you talk to Chinese scholars who are forced to leave this country in the last couple of years?
This occurred long before then, but Graham.
It's very recent. It's very recent.
The blocking of the websites of these various organizations, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, Facebook, Google, YouTube, Twitter, occurred many years ago before President Trump took office. And whereas the consulate closing and the expulsion of U.S. journalists were in response to actions, those were not. Graham, you've written about kind of Biden will not be a third term of the Obama China policy. Should President Biden, after January 20th, address the Chinese people?
Oh, there's a big question. Good. Thank you. I don't know. I think that as he takes the oath of office, President Biden's going to inherit the most complex set of challenges any American president has seen for a long time. And most of those challenges are going to be right here at home, as he signaled very clearly. So he's going to have a huge agenda. When he gets to the China issue, because he can obviously walk and chew gum and juggle and do 5 other things at the same time. I mean, I think it's very important to remember that this is not a novice coming into a job that he's never seen before. This is a person very seasoned, very grounded, who has views that he's developed over a number of years. I think he will take some time to get his bearings and try to develop, as I think the ambassador said, some concepts that could actually provide a strategic rationale for a relationship with China, which will simultaneously be fiercely rivalrous, but also recognizing inherent necessity for thick cooperation. And trying to find a way to articulate that will be a big challenge. In that context, I wouldn't be surprised if he wouldn't at some point try to speak not only to the Chinese people, but certainly to the world, because again, he knows that the challenges internationally are not only for US alone or America first. So I think you'll see, and I think for Ambassador Swaine and his colleagues in embassies, they're going to have a more challenging task than they had under Trump. Under Trump, as the ambassador said at the beginning, no one did more to undermine relations between the US and its allies than President Trump. I talked to, again, a colleague in Beijing, and he said, we're having trouble figuring out our views about which of these two candidates we prefer, because for sure, we could never have succeeded in the way that Trump has in undermining confidence in America's Asian allies the way that he's done. So if he can keep this up, this is quite a good thing. On the other hand, his idiosyncratic and mercurial character drives us crazy because we like order and more regularity. So I think that Biden understands very well, and as he signaled clearly, that rebuilding relations with America's key allies and friends in the region will be a big part of his agenda. And that doesn't have, I think in that context, speaking to all people, including the Chinese people, about the kind of relationship that he would hope that the US and China could develop might well be part of it.
Yeah. Tiankai, the other part of the other end of that question, after 7 years, what do you think is the single greatest misunderstanding of China among the American people? And part of that question is, should President Xi address the American people about what he thinks U.S. China relations should be, and kind of explain what the Chinese government is about?
Well, Steve, I think it's true. There's not sufficient mutual understanding. But what is more important, and what is causing this lack of understanding, is insufficient genuine will to acquire such understanding. And honestly, some of my American colleagues, they still are not ready to have a genuine mutual respect. Without mutual respect, you can never acquire very good mutual understanding. For China's intention, for China's strategic goals, it's quite open. If you look at the decisions made by the recent party plenum, if you look at a number of important speeches given by President Xi, both domestically and on at the international events in the last couple of months, China's goal for the next 5 years, 15 years are quite clearly defined. It's just there. It's available to the public. If people have a genuine desire, if they make genuine efforts to acquire this kind of understanding, they can certainly do it.
Do you think the Chinese president should address the American people?
You see, in the last couple of months, President Xi has addressed both Chinese and international audiences on many occasions. That international audience will certainly include the American people. And if you look at the message of congratulations he sent to President-elect Biden, the key message is very clear there.
You've had an amazing run, 7 years as the Chinese ambassador to the United States. what do you feel has been your greatest success? What has made you happiest during this 7 years?
Well, Steve, to be more accurate, it's 7 years and 8 months.
Who's counting? Who's counting? 7 years, 8 months, 14 days, and 34 seconds.
I think one of the things I have learned over the last 7 years and more is that I certainly now have a better understanding of the complexities as well as potential of this relationship. But on the whole, I'm still confident if we can really work together, if there's a genuine desire on both sides to show mutual respect, to acquire mutual understanding, we can do a lot of good things together. We can make both countries great again.
Graham, what do you worry about most? What keeps you up at night? And where do you think there's potential for what we used to call on Wall Street the upside surprise, that something happens and it really kind of brings the countries together? In a lot of ways, I always thought that, a pandemic, this is why it's a tragedy on a tragedy. I always believed that, climate change, pandemic, economic crisis, and terrorism were areas where it brought the United States and China together. And instead, this pandemic has just driven us further apart. And I hope there's a lesson in that means we need to cooperate. But what do you worry about most at night? And where is there some potential for upside surprise?
Okay, so two good questions. I would say on the worry side, which is probably what I do most of the time, Taiwan is a great candidate for a ticking time bomb that could lead to a tragic conflict. So again, not to rehearse the story of 1914, but I don't think you can study that or think about it too often. It was absolutely incredible that two great countries, Germany and Great Britain, who actually were ruled by cousins who vacationed together and who had thick economic relations, so thick that the most popular book in Europe for the decade before 1914 was a book that said wars were obsolete because economic relations would make them counterproductive, Norman Angel's book. So nonetheless, in those circumstances, something as otherwise inconsequential as the assassination of an archduke by some terrorists became a spark that produced a fire that produced a catastrophe. So in Taiwan, the U.S. and China have together for now 50 years managed through under some rubric of ambiguity, a degree of ambiguity, a successful run in which neither China nor Taiwan have ever seen such an extended period of prosperity, or the U.S., and peace, with a lot of discomfort and a few crises and difficulties, but nonetheless. So could that go wrong? Absolutely. And I can give you 5 scenarios for doing that. North Korea, we haven't heard from lately, but I would say stay tuned. So if they go back to testing ICBMs that could give them a reliable capability to strike the American homeland, I could easily imagine, even in the Biden administration, strikes on North Korea. And then where do we go from there? And we should remember the Korean War, which Americans and Chinese fought each other. So I think that's the downside. On the upside, I think the President Biden and his team understand more deeply than most of the strategic community the dangers posed by climate disruption and unfettered greenhouse gas emissions. Biden quite serious about having a big climate initiative. From the Chinese perspective, their interests in this are even greater because the climatic consequences in China, the more immediate ones, come sooner than they come for the US. And certainly President Xi Jinping showed some appreciation of this earlier. So I could imagine the two parties finding some ways to say, we of necessity have to either find ways to address this problem by jointly doing things we wouldn't do otherwise and leading the world to do likewise, or we're going to end up with a climate we can't live in. So we're not going to do that. Now, to work today and pay costs today on behalf of preventing a catastrophe that may not happen tomorrow, but in a decade or in 5 decades, extremely hard in terms of politics, especially for American politics. But I think that's part of what Biden is about. And I think his appointment of Kerry as basically the sole, leader for that initiative is reflective of the fact that this is going to be a high priority for him, whereas for Trump it was not an issue. Yeah.
Tiankai, upside surprises?
Well, Steve, I just want to say I certainly agree with you. There are important areas for closer cooperation between China and the United States. You mentioned quite a few, and I believe they are very good areas for cooperation. The pandemic, climate change, global economy, and counterterrorism. And I also agree with Professor Allison that we should not take it for granted that economic interdependence by itself could stop any conflict or confrontation. Under certain circumstances, closer economic ties may even make conflicts more possible. That's why we have to have a comprehensive view, have a clear understanding of the complexities of the relation. But still, it's quite clear, cooperation will make both countries winners, and confrontation will make both of us losers. That's the basic choice we have to make.
I have not looked at the calendar, but when would the first, assuming it's not separately arranged, when would the first meeting between President Xi and President Obama occur at a G20 or some other? Obviously, you have to have a view on the pandemic, whether it's under control at that point, as to whether it's a virtual meeting or an actual meeting. But assuming the pandemic is under control, when is the first meeting scheduled to occur? Is for Tiankai, do you know I don't know the answer, or Graham?
The only thing I've heard, Steve, and I'm sure you have too, is that at least one of the ideas that's been discussed is an early meeting, not yet called, of the G20 to talk about the response to the pandemic as the vaccines become available, because the current arrangement is one in which essentially, even though you've got a lot of fluffy talk at the G20 level and internationally about the rest of the world, each of the countries is pursuing its own vaccine first. But as vaccines roll out, which are now happening both in China and in the U.S., so you will in January be seeing this. I can imagine an early meeting of the G20, which could then be for a side comment. But still, I suspect it'll be some time before these will be face-to-face. Yeah.
Tiankai, do you have a view on that and a view of the value of such a meeting early on? Or should, President Biden has talked about, in fact, in an interview he gave to the New York Times to Tom Friedman, talks about getting our alliances in order, what Graham referred to, rebuilding kind of American alliances and our relationships with our friends around the world, so we have a unified view on our policy towards China, that it is not the unilateral view, not America first, but America alone in its policies. So my expectation is actually it will be quite a while before there is a arrangement for a independent, separate meeting between Presidents Biden and Xi. Obviously, there's no president in American history who has spent this amount of time, which I believe is 28 hours individually, with President Xi, then President-elect Biden. Tiankai?
Well, Steve, I think it may be too early to talk about schedules for our leaders next year. We have to see when and how the pandemic would be over, and whether they will be able to have face-to-face meetings at all these international events like G20. But I remember the first presidential meeting between President Xi and President Obama was at the Sunnylands. Within 3 months after President Xi was elected president, it was very early on. And the first meeting, presidential meeting between President Xi and President Trump was at Mar-a-Lago. Also, in the first few months of Trump presidency, I think such top-level communication and the working relationship they formed were extremely important and useful in guiding the relationship moving forward. And I have also read media reports that Mr. Biden might want to meet some of the US allies first, or even have a conference with them. Well, it's his own decision, of course. I think what is really important is not whether you have a unilateral policy or multilateral policy, whether you have a American policy toward China or you have a coordinated policy with your allies. What is really important is the nature of the policy. What kind of a policy you are going to adopt? If it's a policy of kind of containment or kind of forming a so-called united front against China, then whether it's unilateral or multilateral, the difference is only that if you are digging the trap yourself or you are digging the trap with your friends. It makes no real difference.
Graham, do you want to respond to that, or should I?
I think we agree, but maybe we disagree. So let me try to see where we may disagree. I think that you will see a fierce rivalry between the US and China yesterday, today, tomorrow, and for a long time, because I think the China dream foresees China as the predominant power in its neighborhood. And I think many Americans still believe that the arbiter of events in the South China Sea should be the American Navy, that the arbiter of events in the region should be the US, because that's a position we've enjoyed for now more than 7 decades since World War II. And that's provided a stability and an environment in which all the nations have had a chance to grow. So, quote, American leadership of an American-led international order is very much part of the American agenda, and I think it'll be part of Biden's agenda. So I think this will be a fierce rivalry, and I think that's baked in to the structural situation. I do not, though, think that's inconsistent with holding another idea, which seems contradictory in our head at the same time, which is that if that's the only thing we're doing, the prospect of our dying together catastrophically is very high. So we're condemned to coexist because the alternative is to co-destruct. And that means finding specific areas in which we have to cooperate deeply. So Taiwan is a good example. North Korea is a good example. Climate is a good example. Counterterrorism is a good example. But there's some of these that actually are so, mutual. For those of us who are old Cold Warriors, it was a long time getting our head around the idea that Ronald Reagan finally expressed best. He said, a nuclear war cannot be won and must therefore never be fought. Now that means however much I want to compete with the evil empire, which Reagan certainly wanted to compete with, I cannot let this end in a war, because at the end of the war, I will have the war will have erased the U.S. from the map.
Yeah.
So obviously that's not acceptable. So how to cooperate and compete at the same time, that I think is the challenge there.
Yeah, I think, I think Hong Nong is sending me a message. We need to wrap this up. I think Tiankai is absolutely right, and then incomplete. So right in the sense that it matters what the policy is, absolutely right. But from an American perspective, the unilateral policy is ineffective. And that if we have issues that we want to address with China, it should be on a multilateral basis. It should be. And that's what President-elect Biden is going to do, that it is going to be with our NATO allies. It is going to be with Japan, South Korea, with our friends. And China will need to, I think, adjust to dealing with a more united policy. If there are issues of like export restraints that the United States puts on its companies, if other countries don't do it, it's totally ineffective. So the business simply goes to the EU or Japan or South Korea. If we sanction Chinese companies, but other countries don't, it's pointless, it's ineffective. So I think from China's perspective, of course, it's the content of the policy. From the American perspective, it's the effectiveness of the policy, that those policies become much more effective. But absolutely right, it's what is the content going to be? And my hope is that it focuses on climate change, economic growth, pandemic relief and pandemic prevention, and counterterrorism, and that the conflicting aspects of the relationship we work on managing. Tiankai, you want to give some closing comments? Then.
Well, Steve, I try to be quite brief. I know time is up. I think, first of all, we have to look at some of the questions at different levels. At one level, there are some fundamental trends in the world, like economic growth, the scientific and technological progress, and always the ongoing restructuring in the global economy, supply chain, and so on and so forth. These things are always there. They are more or less independent of whatever intention we might have as a country. And basically, any policy that is very much in line with these historical ties will succeed. Any policy that goes against these ties would fail. And at a different level is the national strategy, the national policy goals we set for ourselves. So I think we have to distinguish these two different things. And for China, our goal, our strategy is very clear. We are not seeking global dominance. Even when, I don't know when this will happen, even when we become the largest economy in the world, we are not seeking global dominance. As President Xi said, we stand for a global community with a shared future. So I think maybe someday it will be inevitable that China will become the largest economy in the world because we have 4 times the population of the United States. Of course, in per capita terms, it may take a long, long time for us to catch up. But it does not mean confrontation would be inevitable when we become the #1 economy. There are things at different levels. Then Graham just mentioned a couple of issues. I think these issues are of a different nature. Taiwan is our core interest. What is at stake is China's unity and sovereignty. The Korean Peninsula is some international conflict we have been working together on and trying to find a solution. But of course, we can still find some common ground on both issues. For instance, peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait serves the interests of everybody, China, United States, and people in Taiwan. And peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula would also serve the interests of both countries and our other partners. So we may have, we may need more time to have more discussion on these issues. And I'm ready anytime you are ready. Then about Steve, what you said in the end, I think I have a question. What is the point to make the policy more effective if it is a wrong policy?
Obviously, if our allies and we agree it's the right, and friends agree it's the right policy, then by definition, if we can all agree on it, it is by definition a right. May be wrong, but by definition it is a correct policy. And that, by the way, to the extent we need to bring in friends and allies to our policy, that serves as a constraint on the policy, that we can't. Some of the policies that have been adopted over the last 4 years would be difficult to persuade the EU, Japan, South Korea, and others to agree to. So actually, it will function as a normalization of American policies towards China. So I would argue it's not a bad thing. It's actually it's a positive thing.
Well, Steve, I'm afraid that you are overestimating some of the things. People are saying the China-U.S. relationship cannot go back to the past. I think the same could be said about a number of other things, including, honestly, including your relation with some of your allies. But this is your business.
Yeah, look, the President-elect Biden has put together a fabulous team. And each day we see more and more people. These are people who really understand the world, who understand diplomacy, who understand alliances, who understand, I mean, this will not be foreign policy by tweet. But it's...
My advice for them is, I hope they will have a good understanding of today's China. And Steve, talking about... By the
way, everyone is calling, whether it's Democrats, Republicans, the Biden administration, the soon-to-be Biden administration is calling for more understanding of China in the executive branch of the U.S. government, that we need to train more people in Chinese. We need to have more people who have lived in China and gone to work in the U.S. government. So there's actually a consensus in America that we do need that. But let me let Graham close, because we are...
Maybe just one last word. Maybe just one last word. You see, when Mr. Biden was vice president, he was very much involved in U.S. relations with China. So I have heard him saying more than once that sometimes unintended consequences could be worse than intended consequences. I think this is a piece of very wise advice. Thank you, Steve.
Graham, any closing words?
I think that given the time, I won't try to comment on the various items, only to say, I think the question whether President Biden and his team can hold two contradictory ideas in their head at the same time and still function is the question for them. And I'm quite heartened by this. I think that if any U.S. administration were to be able to do that, I think it's somebody like Biden who's so grounded and seasoned and has seen so much of this, and indeed is a proud old Cold War veteran. So he's seen a rivalry which ended up not having a catastrophic war. And he's as you said before, Steve, spent a lot of time with Xi Jinping and has a great deal of respect for him. I think from the Chinese perspective, it'll become even harder because as a nation is growing as rapidly as China has and is being restored to what Chinese regard as their rightful place from which they were displaced, the normal tendencies of a rising power are obvious in its behavior, in its attitudes, in its understanding. So I think, again, Xi Jinping has shown himself to be a wise leader. I think in his formulation of the call for a new form of great power relations, he's got a good banner, and I think it'll be interesting to see whether the content of that could be one in which you could, in effect, say that also passes Fitzgerald's test of a first-class mind, holding these two very uncomfortably contradictory ideas in our head at the same time and still functioning. So I'm optimistic.
This has been a fabulous panel. I can't thank both of you enough for this. Can't thank Hong Nong and Wu Shichen enough for allowing me to moderate this. It's been frank, it's been constructive, it's been extremely useful. It never ceases to amaze me when I sit with Tiankai and he can so articulately express kind of Chinese positions in a thoughtful, constructive way. It's just terrific. I look forward to the day when we have another American ambassador in China who can participate in this kind of conversation in Chinese, because I think your ability to articulate to American audiences Chinese policy in a way that they can understand it, that we need people in the U.S. government who can similarly articulate U.S. views to Chinese audiences. But it's simply breathtaking the way you can articulate this. And it's been great having you as ambassador for these 7 years, 8 months, 11 days, 12, but it's terrific. And Hong Nong, thank you all. And we hope we played a great foundation.
He's not going to be allowed to leave until his boss leaves, okay?
Thank you.
Hong Nong, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ambassador Chi, Professor Allison, and President Mr. Orlins for setting such a great stage for the foreign discussion. I'm certainly inspired by a very candid dialogue in understanding the challenges and the potential opportunities for the bilateral relations for from both and policy and academic perspective. Now we are going to start our panel 1 on the U.S. China strategy competition during the new administration. This panel is going to be chaired by Professor Gordon Houlden. He's the director of China Institute, University of Alberta. And Professor Houlden, prior to his academic commitment, he was the former Director General of the East Asia Bureau of Canada's Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade. He has rich experience as career diplomat in Canada's East Asia policy, particularly on China. So without further ado, Professor Gordon Houlden, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Hong Nong, for the kind introduction. It's my great pleasure to be taking part in ICAS's annual conference. I think my camera is turned off by the host, it says. If that could be turned on, I would be grateful. Very good. Our panel, Prospects for U.S. China Relations after the presidential election. Before I comment, though, on the substance, I'd just like to thank the Institute of China-America Studies and you, Dr. Hong Nong, for the support and also from the National Institute of South China Seas, Dr. Wu Shichen, as well as the Carter Center for their support for this enterprise. This conference, as you know, is normally held in Washington in June, and has always given me a good opportunity to visit that great city at a wonderful time. And it's been postponed for COVID-related reasons, but in a way it now falls in a more appropriate timing. It's poised between the US presidential election and the January inauguration of President-elect Biden. And that timing is particularly auspicious in my view. The panel's title, Outlook for US-China Strategic Rivalry, warrants, in my view, several days of examination. But we'll use our 100 minutes. I think we're running almost half an hour late, but we'll use our 100 minutes to illuminate what we might expect on US-China strategic rivalry on the cusp of the Biden administration. It's self-evident in 2020 that the U.S.-China bilateral relationship is the most important global relationship on Earth and the one with the greatest prospect for either solidifying global peace and prosperity, but also the relationship that poses the greatest risk of generating instability and conflict. As an outsider, as a Canadian, the state of this relationship, in my view, will certainly affect third country relationships with China and the United States, including diplomacy, trade, and strategic considerations. But I'd like to turn immediately to our talented panel. I will make short introductions. You all have access to their full biographies through the ICAST event messaging. First, Michael Swaine. Michael Swaine is director of the East Asia program of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Dr. Swaine is a prolific author on U.S. China Relations, is co-director of a multi-year crisis prevention project with Chinese partners. Dr. Robert Sutter. Dr. Sutter is professor of the practice of international affairs at the Elliott School of George Washington University. Dr. Sutter has combined an impressive academic career focused on Asia with a broad experience within the U.S. government. Feng. Dr. Feng is the director of the China Center for Collaborative Studies for the South China Sea at Nanjing University. Dr. Zhu has an impressive career, both as a leading expert on China's security issues and as a widely published author on China's foreign policy and diplomacy throughout Asia, including relations with the world more generally. Dr. David Finkelstein. Dr. Finkelstein is vice president and director of the China and Indo-Pacific Security Affairs at the Center for Naval Analysis. Broadly published on security issues related to China, Dr. Finkelstein has also served in significant China-related postings at the Pentagon and at the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. Dr. Shen Dingli. Dr. Shen is professor of international studies at Fudan University. His research is focused on China-U.S. security relationships, nuclear arms control, and disarmament issues related to U.S. China relations. Let us now turn directly to our panelists, who will take 8 minutes each to make comments. This will be followed by a Q&A session. So I now invite Dr. Swaine to make comments, please.
Well, thank you very much, Gordon. It's a pleasure to again participate in this ICAST-sponsored conference and to see, albeit virtually, many old friends. I think these kinds of bilateral dialogues are more important than ever. In my remarks, I'll address two issues. What are the larger underlying drivers that are accelerating the onset of great power rivalry in this relationship, and what does the Biden administration portend? I'd also like to try and discuss possible Chinese initiatives in the relationship that could improve it if I have time, but I probably won't. Maybe we can do it in the Q&A. The factors driving the Sino-U.S. rivalry, strategic tensions, are pretty clear. What's not so clear is the relative importance of these factors among them and what needs to be done to reduce their effect while preserving each nation's core values and interests. Several interrelated factors are contributing to a negative vicious circle that will not go away with the end of the Trump administration. This circle is driven by what I would call the 3 Ps: power, political system or ideology, and policies. So at root, it's a combination of a power transition involving assumptions about hegemonic stability, about whether or not a single country should dominate a particular system in order to provide order and prosperity for that system. But it's much more than just this. It's also a sense of an ideological rivalry that increasingly infuses the relationship and prompts a lot of emotional responses on both sides. It's also the result of specific foreign and domestic policies that each side is adopting, in part to address often domestic political and economic needs. And then finally, it's the result of a growing disconnect in the minds of elites and publics on both sides between what each country says it wants and what it is actually doing. And we can discuss what those gaps are, but I probably won't have time to go into that. In any event, to address the insecurities and the uncertainties that these factors are producing, each side is today taking primarily deterrence, not reassurance policy initiatives in dealing with the other side that work to deepen the insecurities further, thus driving this vicious circle. As reflected in, For example, references to the inherent superiority of either democracy over socialism or the socialism over democracy, assertions of the US need to maintain military primacy globally and especially in Asia, or for China to be at the, quote, center of the world stage, unquote, an increasingly zero-sum assessment of technology and economic activities, leading to zero-sum perspectives and a fragmentation of these spheres, and resistance to engaging in meaningful confidence-building measures and arms control dialogues on hot-button issues such as Taiwan, the South China Sea, etc. Now, there's an obvious need, in my view, to redress this imbalance between deterrence and reassurance without either side conveying a sense of weakness or political weakness that could be used domestically. Now, will the Biden administration offer a new opportunity to make such a shift from deterrence to a more balanced deterrence and reassurance policy? And will China make use of this opportunity provided by the Biden administration? That's a big question. I have no inside information on this, but there appears to be grounds for both optimism and some pessimism when we look at the Biden administration. On the optimistic side, hopefully the rhetoric on the US side will be less inflammatory, more cognizant of the need for serious cooperation on a range of critical issues, from climate change to pandemics to trade, and even perhaps to some technology issues, and with more support for other positive sum initiatives that can be taken with other countries in Asia and elsewhere, including with China, and a particular stress on cooperating as much as possible, in particular on dealing with the pandemic. Biden has said that he wants science and reality to rule in addressing the virus. This should mean that he will support non-political scientific interactions with China on this very critical issue. And hopefully this means that the Biden administration will end the counterproductive Pompeo-style attacks on the CCP and the hinting of a desire for regime change. And then finally, on the positive side, the overall stress in US policy, I think, although will remain on competition over cooperation, this competition will likely be defined in ways that are less zero-sum and not oriented towards the idea of China as an existential threat. Now, on the Chinese side, hopefully Beijing will reflect on how, through concrete actions, it can facilitate such more moderate US moves and create the basis for reducing the gap that exists in US and Western thinking between what China says it stands for and wants and what it appears to be doing in some areas. Now, some of this requires changing actual Chinese behavior, while other, I think, moves require dispelling Western and US misconceptions of various Chinese threats with verifiable facts, not with just words. Now, on the pessimistic side, looking at the Biden administration, I think Biden wants to bridge the partisan divide in the United States to develop a broader political consensus on a range of issues. And countering China is at present a big bipartisan issue in the United States. It's supported by both Republicans and Democrats. And this could incline Biden towards compromising with the right in the direction of greater toughness on China in order to solicit broader political support. I hope that's not the case, but that could very well be the case. And there are individuals within the Biden camp who believe that the right and Trump more or less correctly diagnosed the problem China presents, but was merely incompetent in implementing an effective policy. While acknowledging more readily that the US needs to cooperate with China in some areas where it clearly serves US interests to do so, and where China is indeed compelled to cooperate, the Biden administration will likely seek primarily to work with other countries to coordinate in balancing against China. Now, there's also, I should state, on the more negative side in some ways, that there is a large human rights community, activist group in the Democratic Party, as we all know, something that Trump didn't really care that much about. And this group will certainly pressure the Biden administration to place more pressure on Beijing. I wouldn't call this reflexively a negative thing, but it all depends on how it's implemented and how it's carried out. I think there are certain things the United States government needs to say and do regarding human rights issues, particularly within China, but how it handles this issue is critically important. Finally, I think there's little real indication of a recognition within the Biden camp of the need to create a more stable balance of power in Asia, where the dangers of conflict are the greatest, by transitioning away from U.S. primacy, which I don't think is any longer feasible, U.S. military primacy, toward a less offensive regional denial, not control-oriented military posture. And the Chinese, I hope, will do the same in orienting themselves in that direction. And I think there's also no indication of a recognition of the need to develop some confidence-building measures with Beijing on military deployments regarding Taiwan or with regard to maritime disputes. So I'm not terribly optimistic on that score. And I think it's not just because of Biden. I think this also partly because Beijing itself does not really seem to want to engage in developing such meaningful confidence-building measures either. So all in all, I think there's an opportunity to improve the relationship in mutually beneficial ways, and the Biden administration will likely do some things to do this and move in that direction. But the momentum towards greater competition, deeper competition, greater rivalry, I think will certainly continue. The question again becomes how best to balance this deterrent side of the equation on the part of both countries with credible, verifiable reassurances that could help allay some of the more extreme views on both sides. Gordon, am I out of time?
You're spot on time. Well done.
All right, I'll stop there then. We can talk later if people want about what I think China needs to do. I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will turn immediately to Dr. Sutter, please.
Thanks very much. It's a great pleasure for me to contribute in my small way to this very important meeting and this panel. I thought I would focus heavily on American domestic politics in dealing with China and contribute in that way to forecast what I think is going to happen over the next year in dealing with China from the United States point of view. And what I see is drift. That's my main outlook. I'm going to explain why. It's the unprecedented American domestic politics turn negatively against China. We haven't seen anything like this in 50 years. As Michael said, this has momentum, and he's absolutely right. And it runs up against, and I think we've all seen this in the first panel, the Chinese government is not prepared to change the behavior that it has practiced, that is the incentive and the focus of the antagonism on the part of the United States side. They're not going to compromise in significant ways. And so when you put these two together, I come up with a conclusion that we're at an impasse. And this impasse will be managed in various ways. Mr. Biden will be more discreet in many ways, but basically it's an impasse. And I'm not sure Mr. Biden is even in a position to make meaningful changes in the existing policy toward China today. Let me just try to elaborate why I think this is so important on the American domestic politics side. The emergence of this turn against China happened over 3 years. Many of you know this very well, but it's a coalition of Trump administration officials and the vast majority of members of Congress, both on the Democratic side and the Republican side. And they've been very, very active on this since 2018. And it was quite busy in 2018. And there's a sense of urgency that I have never seen in dealing with China in 50 years in Washington. This sense of urgency, the sense that China is now in a position to actually dominate. And it may happen in Asia, as Michael emphasized, this change of balance of power. But the key element in many of the minds of congressional people and others is in the high-tech area, that China will dominate the high-tech area. And that will be the key to dominance. And so the concern in Washington, and I think among those that are pushing this, is often along these lines, the worry of dominance, that China will dominate the United States. And so they're taking measures to deal with this kind of a situation. But this idea didn't really transfer to the country really well in 2018. It was very evident in Washington, but it didn't spread very well. But finally, 2019, the media picked it up, mainstream media picked it up. But still then, the Democratic candidates in the election campaign, the public opinion polls didn't reflect a big sense of urgency about China. They didn't like Chinese government and this type of thing, but not a sense of urgency. But the urgency and the sharp negative turn comes with the pandemic. And with the pandemic, the vast majority of Americans blame China for this. And China's leadership is seen as untrustworthy. And so the polling shows this repeatedly throughout 2020. This becomes a major issue in the campaign. Well, it becomes the main foreign policy issue in the campaign. And it's something Mr. Trump obviously tries to use to his advantage, and the Republicans try to use it to their advantage. Mr. Biden changes his position remarkably as a result of this. Look at what he said in 2019 and look at what he said in 2020. They are very different, folks. And it reflects this sense of public opinion and where public opinion is. And so when I look at that kind of a situation, I say this is a very significant development, and it hasn't changed now. So it's just where it's continuing. And so the outlook is Mr. Biden has a more nuanced approach toward China. I'm sure he does. He has a much more experience. He's going to do the things that Michael said and what Steve Orlins said. This kind of thing, he will try to move in that direction. Can he ease the U.S. counter efforts that exist against China today? Can he ease those? And my argument is no, he can't, realistically, unless the Chinese make significant compromises. And will the Chinese make significant compromises? I think not. I think we've seen enough this morning to show that that's not going to happen. And so if he does this, if he moves and without Chinese making significant compromises and moves to ease tensions, he's going to be attacked. He's going to be attacked by all those congressional people that spent 3 years building up various mechanisms to compete with China in a very sharp way. And the Republicans particularly will be active. They're already active in laying out positions on this issue. And so they will, and the Democrats will probably be quiet because Mr. Biden is a Democrat. They probably don't want to upset him, but they won't be happy with this kind of one-sided type of move. And so what this means is that Mr. Biden will have, if he does this, will have unwanted controversy in Congress. And more broadly, the media is focused on this issue. More broadly, when he needs cooperation on the pandemic, on reviving the economy, all the domestic issues that Graham Allison talked about earlier. And so in the sense of priorities, I have to say, do you really want to move forward with China? And I think you have to say that's going to be very counterproductive at this time. And so do I need to go forward with China? And maybe you don't need to. Maybe you don't need to. But the bottom line here is that, and then the other point I would mention here is moving forward with China in an accommodating way without a compensating action on the part of the Chinese government will probably divide the people within Mr. Biden's camp. This is a very big tent. And he has lots of people in his camp that agree, as Michael indicated, they agree with the thrust of the Trump policies. As well as many others who want to go back to sort of the approach of the Obama administration. And so if that division persists, if it's exacerbated by a decision of the president to move forward with China, then that will cause friction within the administration. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have friction with the administration, that's made to order for people in Congress. That's how they deal with these issues. It gives them leverage in moving in one direction or another. And so I think you have the danger here that you'll have ongoing controversy with media coverage and members of Congress moving in directions who oppose what Mr. Biden is doing and getting a lot of publicity. So my conclusion is, because of this situation in American domestic politics, substantial constraints on caused by American domestic politics exist for President Biden to ease existing U.S. countermeasures against China for the foreseeable future. I think this is something for 2021. I think this is going to be very difficult. So this is what I hope to add to our discussion. I thought Michael's presentation was very broad-ranging and had many interesting elements. I'm trying to focus it down to a more specific issue And I think it's an important one. It's one that we're addressing today. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sutter. I'd like to now turn to Dr. Zhu Feng. Dr. Zhu, the floor is yours, please.
Yeah, thank you, Gordon. So I really liked Mike and Bob's presentation. So to be a Chinese scholar, so current situation has never been so depressing for me in the past 3 decades since I got into the university in China. So then traditionally, what does the US mean for Chinese students and the Chinese people? I think the US is, to be honest, US is beacon. US is great enlightening Democrat beacon to light up China's direction. So then in the past 4 decades, what kind of a driving force to always move China ahead? The good relations with Washington and the Americans' accommodation to today's China. But I have to say, just less than 4 years of a Trump administration, Americans' Democrat beacon is totally eclipsed. The reason is the US also become increasingly eluding power in the world politics. The reason is whatever you take China as a punch bag and hitting China so hard, and all American doing against China now is totally against norms and doctrines. We totally learn and be taught in the past 4 decades on how to look at American behavior, look at America's leadership. Yes, the reason is very simple. Trump is very emotional. I think he's some sort of just a great Chinese, great hostility to China largely came from his pandemic retaliation. Don't remember, even just Wuhan become the first city just got into lockdown on the January 23rd. The President Trump also just issued his Twitter and President Xi Jinping and China's action for transparency so responsible. But after the US get into public health emergency state on the March 13th, I think the Trump totally changed the face. And he just very, very discriminatory, always just naming the COVID-19 as a China virus. I think he's so mind-narrowed, and he's so mind-narrowed, and he's also so just less just objective on how to examine the pandemic and its implication to US. Then I think it's based on his some sort of such a very, we say, grabby, the response to the pandemic crisis in the US. Just yesterday, Americans' pandemic, patient deaths also hit the historical record high. But the problem is, I think he's still fighting and claiming the election fraud, and also always see his winning was stealed and stolen. So then, in facing of such American's president, I have to say he's not just emotional, and even in the human rights standards, he's a vicious American leader. Trump has never been keep the Chinese feel shamed on the United States. Under his leadership, what is happening to our bilateral relations? I see it's not his pandemic retaliation to China, but gets back to the February, no Democrat candidate just won some sort of more than 10% of a popularity and a spot in the this year's the general election. But finally, he got lost. On the other hand, then we will see US has never been more divided and more, some sort of, we say, slipped off. Then hate crime also just, increases so significantly against this backdrop. I have to say, a lot of Americans' response to China is also out of very apparently and firmly such a hate crime. For example, then we will see Taiwan issue. US also just turn back to its traditional, the obligation to China and blur the one China policy, and still just trying to play in the China to show some sort of a military adventurism. to be honest, I don't think the Taiwan issue is a real, some sort of, most unstable, factor. Because for China, the Taiwan issue really matters. What matters for us is keep China still moving ahead, moving forward. So my view is that whatever Biden will do with his China policy, I think he also significantly proved to be much better than the President Trump. The reason is he's more professional, he's less emotional, and he's more nuanced in his any conclusion of the China approach. So from these points, I think we also have two Chinese, we say, broadly shared American illusion today. One is our relations couldn't be back to the past. Trump, when President Obama visited Beijing, I think in his first term, he declared his China policy is U.S. welcome a strong, emerging, and a stable China. But look at today's Trump's policy. He declared a new ideological Cold War vis-a-vis China. Then I think such a past is also very, very, very missing for most of Chinese. But the problem is we should be facing up to such a new reality. The second is, yes, we will see the Trump's, Biden's policy of China could be just focusing more on such a coordination with online. Then China will be definitely just isolated and content. I think such an answer we have to wait and see what also will be the real answer. So my view is this. So for the moment, I think the Chinese has never been more frustrated in our relations with the United States. The only hegemon power in the world and only leadership in the world in world politics. So then I hope our American friends could just cast a clear look at today's China's accumulated frustration. We never want U.S. losing some sort of a beacon as to enlighten to the China for our future, the trajectory. The second is China by nature is transformative power. If we're looking back the past 4 decades, what kind of force truly just move the China forward? Usually we have a Deng Xiaoping-like, we say some sort of a masterpiece, mastermind, but it's rare. Mostly how China could move in forward, expectedly international pressures. So that's why, to be honest, so I'm still cautiously optimistic about our relations under Biden, because your pressure somehow could serve a positive pulling force to get China move ahead in some sort of good trajectory as broadly expected, not Americans, but Chinese as well. But the last point I want to make is this. Ambassador Tiankai also made it very clear. Today, China also care a lot. You are all a China expert. The face issue usually matters a lot. So don't just unilaterally ask the Beijing to do this or do that. Some sort of stability or any expected modification on the change of the Chinese behavior should be reciprocal. If we can move such a way, I also see that our relations could just going better off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zhu Feng. I will now turn to David Finkelstein, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's just terrific to be with so many old friends from China and the U.S. who are as invested in this relationship and concerned about it as I am. The obligatory caveat that the views I'll put out here are strictly my own, and you'll have to excuse me because I was trained as a historian, so I tend to look back before I look forward. So the first point I would make is that this relationship did not get to this unhappy condition overnight. It's been slipping and sliding over the course of the past decade or so. And I underscore the phrase decade or so because rising tensions in the relationship did not, in my view, begin with the Trump administration in January 2017 or its national security strategy as suggested in the abstract of this panel. Looking back, by the time of the second Obama administration, a consensus seemed to be building inside the US government and in some quarters outside US government that policy towards China needed to be recalibrated to account for mounting concerns about some PRC policies. Of course, on the PRC side, I like to point out that if you read a lot of the information coming out of China, Xi Jinping by 2014 was already advancing the assessment that, quote, great power competition was entering a new phase in all domains. So this idea of great power competition has been acknowledged on the Chinese side previously. And in 2016, prior to the US presidential election, I was part of a joint PRC US study group that focused on trends in the relationship. And it was comprised of analysts from both countries, and it was organized by Ambassador Feng, who of course is now at Tsinghua University. And it was the combined judgment of the US and PRC participants that the relationship was headed for increased difficulties across several issue sets: political, security, economic, and military, based on systemic frictions that Michael Swaine has addressed and specific policy disagreements that Bob Sutter has alluded to. And all of this is by way of offering that while it is true that tensions and problems in the relationship have accelerated over the past couple of years, it took a decade or more for us to get to this unhappy point. The conference organizers asked a big question about the major drivers, and I think Michael Swaine has done pretty well in identifying them, but let me add a few more points maybe. First, of course, we're in a period of time in which mutual suspicions are not only rising, but solidifying. In both countries, each side looks at the other's policies and actions and assumes the worst possible motives. And it doesn't take more than looking at official documents and commentary in both capitals, to provide many examples of this. Second, it does not appear to me that Beijing and Washington currently have in place the channels or mechanisms necessary to manage the wide range of deep-seated tensions that are exacerbating relations. If these channels exist, perhaps they do, they are not readily apparent. I do not think that anyone would ever argue that the former Security and Economic Dialogue, the SNED, was a model of perfection as a mechanism. It had positive dimensions, and it also had some issues. But I also think it would be difficult not to characterize the four big dialogues established by President Trump and President Xi to replace the SNED as anything but a failure in addressing the problems in the relationship. If there is positive news to share, it would be that it appears that it is the Pentagon and the PLA that seem to be the most focused on risk reduction and confidence building measures, even as they eye each other warily. Third, mutual disappointment colors the larger context of this relationship. For Beijing, there is the long-standing assessment, way before Trump, that the US will never accept the legitimacy of the CCP, let alone accept China as an equal partner, and that the US is determined to constrain China's rise. I mean, how many years has the term Xihua Zhongguo and Fenhua Zhongguo been part of the party lexicon? For the United States, in addition to concerns over a long list of specific PRC policies, there is, as Bob Zoellick has put it, a growing conviction among many in the US that China's rise has been achieved at the expense of the US, its open system, and the liberal international order. Fourth, we have to account for domestic pressures, as Bob has already done this. Domestic pressures are a significant factor in adding to the tensions in the relationship. Both sides are currently experiencing a period of nationalism, populism, aggrievement, and in some cases, nativism that have the potential to negatively affect the bilateral relationship by constraining what leaders can attempt to do within it. Moreover, both sides have elevated the importance of domestic economic security, broadly defined under the umbrella of national security, the technology issue that Bob referred to. And at the moment, these differences are at the top of the agenda of fractious issues. So to finish up, where do we go from here? Because many of the divisive issue sets in the relationship are deep-seated and not easily resolved, we must assume that tensions in the relationship are not going to go away anytime soon. Therefore, it seems to me that the key going forward for both Beijing and Washington is to determine how best to manage a relationship that is fraught with tension and highly competitive, while at the same time entertaining the possibility of cooperation on those occasions when it serves our respective selfish national interests to do so. So, relationship management, issue management, and competition management seems to be the order of the day. With the advent of the new administration, many friends in China are wondering how the relationship will unfold. But Chinese friends need to appreciate, as I am sure they do, and as Bob has underscored, that here in the U.S. there is a bipartisan consensus, a rarity these days, but a bipartisan consensus nevertheless, that many Chinese policies are detrimental to U.S. interests and the international order. Consequently, how this relationship is going to unfold will be as much a function of China's U.S. policy as it will be of the new U.S. administration's China policy. Wu Shizun, my old friend, with whom I hope to play golf one day in Haikou, mentioned that the American dream of many Chinese has been shattered by the Trump administration. I would also add that Chinese friends need to look at their own policies and ask, as John Pomfret once wrote, who lost America? So finally, people make choices, governments make choices, and leaders make choices. Ambassador Cui Tiankai and I agree on this, and those choices have consequences, and hopefully wise leaders are going to figure out how to deal with this. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Finkelstein. And we'll now turn to our final panelist, Shen Dingli of Fudan University. Dr. Shen, please.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the kind invitation. Talking about China-U.S. relations for the next U.S. administration, mainly the Biden government. I would say, on one hand, I would not expect too much, because Zhu Feng has mentioned and others have mentioned there have been a U.S. bipartisan consensus that China's behavior has challenged the international norm and challenged the global way to accept a good norm. So China is unacceptable by America and many American friends. Trump may be forgotten for many reasons, but at least he would leave some enduring foreign policy legacy, which may be inherited by his successive U.S. government, which is to watch China, to keep America on high alert, and not to accept China's bad behavior, and whenever necessary, to beat. I think there is a high Americans' consensus not to accept China. And this is not only existing in the US elites, but also in the US public. 74% of American view is very unfavorable to China, per the recent Pew polling. This would dramatically restrain the flexibility of the Biden government's handling toward China. So this is my first view. I could not expect too much. Second, I think the China-US dialogue is zero at this time under the Trump administration. But at the Obama time, 140, now 0. So this is almost, we have touched the bottom. The further bottom could be China-US to cut off our official relationship, to wage a war, and Taiwan and the US would restore their official tie. That's very unlikely, even though it's not unimaginable. But luckily, US changed the government. Luckily, Chinese government seem to have some twisted behavior recently. On the one hand, try to have a low key, not to respond to Secretary Azar's visit to Taiwan too much, when he seemed to accord Taiwan's official recognition. At the same time, China tried to beat Secretary Pompeo as he indicated that Taiwan has never been a part of China. He stated this on November 12th when he was interviewed. So China sometimes was quiet, sometimes China to be seemed to be ferocious. So I think Biden is seeing a China which is very different from the China when he becomes the vice president 12 years ago. When China's GDP was between 4 to 5 trillion US dollars. But last year, China's GDP was 14.4 trillion US dollars, which is 3 times as big as China was 12 years ago. So this China is a different China that the US had to take care of. So China under President Xi Jinping is very unwilling to repeat what the previous Chinese government tried to do, to cater the US demand to exercise our own pensions in order to have a certain stability of relationship. And basically, Tiankai said that we have stability. We need it for cross-Taiwan Strait relationship and for Korean Peninsula. But for the past, the stability comes from China's behavior to cater US demand. Now China says, it's my turn to give a Chinese model, a Chinese methodology, a Chinese recipe to the world, which is something America can not accept totally. The world has to have only one recipe, one road, one thoughts, one path that is a city upon a hill, not cynical. So when China thinks it has been different, it's time for China to claim its own leadership. Then the two countries have very severe confrontation in the past 3 years, with the highest confrontation over our responsibility concerning the possible covering up of the COVID spread. But at the same time, I would say why President Trump has not been re-elected. I think he would not be re-elected, despite the fact that he got more votes than he was 4 years ago. And why President Biden got the highest vote for the entire US presidential election history, some 80 million. Most people probably, they are not a fan of Biden, a greater fan, but they don't extremely differ with President Trump's policy, which divides America, making America not to sustain its global leadership, to make America moral image in the world to decline. America may attain some short-term benefit, but America is quickly losing its global and regional leadership, which America has hard won through winning the Second World War, the Pacific War. But America is losing. America is quitting all kinds of international organizations, yielding a leadership void for others to compete. And China has a big chance. So America is back, a better America, which would be pro-internationalist liberalism, which would accord respect to procedure, to negotiation, to international coordination. So Biden has said on the very first day of his swearing into power, he would bring America back to WHO and Paris Climate Change Accord. That gives me a little comfort, because China-US may not restore our past 140 dialogues, but at least we could restore 2 dialogues. One is our cooperation within the Paris Climate Change Accord, how China-US can work together to share our efforts to cool down the rising temperature of our atmosphere. Our 2 countries have responsibility. China is the #1 emitter of carbon, and America #2. But in terms of historical accumulation, China may be already #1. But America has a responsibility to return. In order not to have such a global effort to be led by China, America should lead or to co-lead with China. So I think the 2 countries have a chance to re-establish their working group to talk about this, how we should work together. And WHO. With America's return, Australia would not be isolated. Australia is beating China, and China is retaliating against Australia. And America, Australia, Japan, India, and many countries on one side, maybe 60, and China on the other side, maybe 100. And they could continue to compete as to how to trace the origin of this virus. And if there is certain cover-up in China or in some other countries, but China and the US have renewed the possibility, as the 2 countries used to do against Ebola, against H1N1. So this time, sharing information. The winter is coming, maybe more COVID would return in China and in America, and we need to share information. If we used to cover up, no more. And we need to offer our own medical resource and this virus information with each other and supporting jointly, not China supporting WHO. US is working with various individual countries of the members of WHO, but outside of the WHO framework. Within the framework, China-US can share information, provide a resource, and work together. We may never work together again to co-build a certain vaccine, but how we spend money in India, in Africa, in a collaborative way. So this is second things I would think. And returning to JCPOA may not be an imminent policy initiative for Biden, but this would remain on his policy agenda. And with the US possible return, US has more say to condition Iran not to lift the UN sanction. In order US to play a role for UN not to lift the sanction on Iran, US has returned to JCPOA, and that would help China to work with the other parties to persuade Iran to more abide by, in a verifiable way, of Iran's obligation under JCPOA. So this is, in my view, another way for China-US to have a dialogue. And trade. Biden may not lift the tariff which has been imposed thus far, and he may still demand China to honor China's words in the first phase agreement of China-US trade and economy. But he may not be eager to push for the negotiation for the second phase immediately, which would demand China to have the fundamental structural reform, how to monitor China's SOE. The government should abide by its word under WTO not to give excessive benefit to state-owned enterprises. in a verifiable way. So this would be not be another collection point between China and US. And possibly over time, US would reduce certain of its punitive tariff upon China already, as China has already removed China's own sanction on the US. If China is willing to implement its obligation of buying basically $200 trillion additional service and goods in these 2 years, and with a good record, US may be willing to talk to China more. So this is another possible cooperative area, even though US could still keep some tension with the US.
Thank you, Dr. Shen.
My real concern is Taiwan.
Thank you.
And US has passed many laws, and Trump could visit Taiwan in the next month. And US Secretary of State has already said Taiwan has never been a part of China. And President Xi Jinping may have promised to President Obama not to militarize those rocket structure in South China Sea at a time when Biden was there. So Biden may push the envelope for China to honor its promise. Some issue on Xinjiang and Hong Kong that China seems not to be able to understand why it matters so much for China-US relationship. China may think it's not your business. US think it's the first business of all businesses.
Could you wrap up? I think we're at our end of time. Thank you.
Okay, 1 minute.
Of course.
So I think there are ample chance for China and the US to keep the tension, but the worst time may have been gone. And we have a little more hope for negotiation and for talk. So for this, I echo Zhu Feng. I'm cautious, optimistic for the next 1 year or 2 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shen. I apologize for we're wrestling against the tyranny of the time, and I apologize very much. We still have approximately half an hour for questions. The first question I'd like to pose is actually suggested in a text from Dr. Swaine, and you touched on it very, very briefly, Dr. Shen, and that is the short-term issues. And I think this relates a little bit to what Dr. Sutter was saying as well, the domestic constraints of US-China policy. There's a troika of issues that, like Swaine mentioned, Xinjiang, Hong Kong, which you just touched upon, Dr. Shen, as well as the pandemic. And I'd like to just ask one American and one Chinese to respond to these, Dr. Sutter and Zhu Feng. Perhaps Zhu Feng, if you could go first, followed by Dr. Sutter. Just quick responses about those three neurologic issues. How much of a factor are those, and can they be managed, please?
Okay, so very quickly, I think China's performance at the Xinjiang, of course, has been quite controversial. But on the other hand, if you know China's history in the past more than 1,005 years, today China's policy on Xinjiang for some sort of stabilization has been gentlest, safest, and even just the way say most secure. So Xinjiang, is part of China's border area, and in recent years, and also very, very horribly and deeply affected by the external, Islamism and the Islamic some sort of such groups. So then I see the Xinjiang issue has never been getting more fragile because I've been to Xinjiang a couple of times. Today, yes, I think the international media reports a lot on China's lending campaign in Xinjiang. Then you say it's some sort of Chinese systemic, such a persecution of the Islamic Xinjiangese. But partly, I think China's policy probably is a little bit harder, but partly, as I mentioned, if we have a historical comparison, then we will see today China's policy of the Xinjiang has never been better in the past 1,005 years. So I hope our international audience could cast some sort of Chinese historical perspective and looking at today's China's move in Xinjiang. But to be honest, what just got me worried most is not Xinjiang, is Hong Kong. Because Hong Kong is bridge between the East and the West. Is also indispensable channel to bridge the China and the US and Europe. So I really hope the China's Hong Kong policy could just treading softly and also taking care of different concerns. Let me stop here.
Thank you very much, Zhu Feng. Dr. Sutter, please.
Thanks very much. On the Xinjiang and Hong Kong issues, I think you see the Trump period as being much more active in taking positions on this, and the Congress is supporting that. I would expect that to continue. I don't think the Biden administration, they obviously have people very concerned with human rights, but I think what the Trump administration has done on Xinjiang and Hong Kong is about as far as America has ever gone on these issues. I think they have been very tough on these questions insofar as of past practice. If you look at what the Democratic candidates said about these issues in the campaign, they really didn't have much action, whereas the Trump people are taking action in quite significant ways. So I don't expect it to go further than what you're seeing. I think it's a matter of maintaining these things, and they're going to have laws now that impact this type of situation. And all of this will be things that Mr. Biden will inherit. And so it's a matter of just following it, seems to me, rather than making further disruption in the policy. On the pandemic, I think that was part of Michael's concern. Obviously, this is something that the administration would want to work with China on in some way. They do want to go back to the WHO. And so I would assume there'll be some discussions with China in this context. I don't see that as a concession to China in any way. I think that can be done in a way that says this is a pragmatic thing that we need to do. And so that's my basic sense on this. I don't see these Hong Kong or Xinjiang as major disruptions, because the disruption has already taken place and it's being solidified in law as we speak.
Thank you very much. And the next question is on the inevitable first meeting between President Xi and President-elect Biden in the early days of the Biden administration. What expectations are there? What could be accomplished in that? And here I'm looking for very quick, rapid-fire responses. And I think we go to three people: Michael Swaine, David Finkelstein, and Shen Dingli in sequence for just rapid-fire responses, 1 minute perhaps for each of those. Michael, please.
Okay, well, I don't have any inside information on the inclination of either side to have an early meeting between the two leaders. I think it's probably quite unlikely. So I don't think that when Biden takes office, his focus is not going to be on dealing with China. His focus is going to be primarily on the pandemic and primarily on getting the U.S. economy up and going again in a way that is readily recognizable and that really has an impact, and re-engaging the United States in the world community through multilateral interactions and with U.S. allies. All of that is going to be the priority of the Biden administration. So I don't really foresee the idea of an early bilateral meeting between the two leaders. And if there is such a meeting, I would think it would really focus on those issues that really are amenable to some level of cooperation between the two sides. And I hope it would be without a sense of the rhetoric that we've been seeing so much from both sides in recent months and years. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Finkelstein, please.
Hi, thanks for the question. I agree with Michael. I wouldn't hold my breath about a top leadership meeting anytime soon. I cannot think of another possible meeting between President-elect, soon-to-be President Biden, and any other foreign leader that would require more preparation, more coordination, and more negotiation than one between President-elect Biden and Xi Jinping. So the landmines around that meeting are extensive, as Bob Sutter pointed out, for domestic political reasons, plus not all the team is in place. So, and again, as Michael said, this is not issue number one. It may be the most important national security issue, foreign, but this is not going to happen. If it does happen, I'll be interested to see how that plays out, but I don't think anytime soon. Over.
Thank you, David. Dingli, please.
Well, for Xinjiang, I think China's purpose is to get stability in Xinjiang, and we have done. But the approach for China to achieve stability apparently is very controversial. In my view, my view is not a government view, and maybe very likely is not welcomed by my government. And my view is China and US need to have dialogue on this. What might be a more preferable approach to bring stability back to Xinjiang? America can tell us. And we should be humble in listening. And if it's good, why don't learn? And then for pandemic, China is saying America is not qualified to send its scientists to come to China to inspect. I have a different view. Whatever happened in the past, China and US still need to have dialogue. And China should welcome American scientists, medical doctors, and medical authorities to come to China, to visit our facility, to talk to our people freely. And our scientists, medical experts may come to US to visit the American facility in a reciprocal way. Don't say you are not qualified. To say, let's work together to cooperate, open our facility and our people for you to interview, to talk, and to read some of our documents. This way to help rebuild the trust. We may never restore the fullest amount of trust, but at least we should not deny others to visit us. This is my view. I know it's not a government view, but I would still suggest this view to all parties.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shen. We have a question which was originally posed to the keynote dialogue and has been hanging. It takes us into a very different area. I'm not looking for lengthy responses, but short responses. And this is broadly that the demographic trends in China, apparently within 15 years, there may be more people over 60 than there are people in the United States in total. This will have profound economic and social implications for China. What might be the implications of that for U.S. China relations? I'll go to, again, one American, one Chinese in this case. Perhaps first Dr. Sutter and then Feng, please.
I guess the only comment I could make is that as you look at the demographic trends in China, it reminds us that China has weaknesses. They have this rising power that China is, nonetheless confronts a lot of problems, and this is a big one. This has an impact in a number of other developed countries, and I think this is a feature that one needs to keep in mind. So I guess I wouldn't straight line China's rise. I don't think that's correct. I think you need to look at the variables that are negative for China, and there are many. And so it's just that they don't get too much attention. And so I don't want to. It takes a long time to explain them all, so I'm not going to do that here. But I think it makes this a very dynamic relationship between the United States and China. It isn't necessarily this rising China is going to rise up and be this overlord. I think it's much more complicated, and we need to keep that in mind.
Yeah, just one more observation. I think China's demographic issue is going more severe. My country is obviously and also very clearly was growing gray. Most young generation, young couples, they prefer not to have a kid. On the other hand, where we see something what is happening in China, also, just how say took place in Korea as well as in Japan. So East Asia now as a common community we say we are facing some sort of broadly shared, the difficulties in raising the fertilities. One is high educational cost. Then second is the young couples, young generation prefer to have less kids. Then third one is, then we will see some sort of, we say, such a process, the surging and inflation, and also get people just prefer some sort of better of their personal life, not to just, have more children. So traditionally, we say Confucius culture usually always have a good children is always a big, we say, moral of a family value or something like that. But now it's totally derailed. So then I really hope Chinese government could just understand how severe China's going gray is turning. So then a couple of the policy of just a very, very, apparently and also very, very smartly take. For example, now we have a 2 kids policy is totally allowed. It's a big away from the family planning policy. Then we really hope the government could declare all the children, whatever the number is you want, it's totally set-free. So probably it's a good boost. But on the other hand, I think it also depends on China's, escalation of living conditions and even just basic income. So we have a lot to do. Last point is, from this point, it's not a demographic challenge for my country. So we're also facing a lot of challenges. So by nature, I have to say, China at large remains some sort of a transitional power and even domestically vulnerable power. So any assumption China will dominate the US, to be honest, is totally out of question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have a specific question for you again, Feng, and that is that recently President Xi made a comment about potential Chinese interest in joining the TPP. But I'd like to combine that with a question to David Finkelstein. Are there prospects the Biden administration might re-examine or seek to re-enter the TPP? I'm looking for a quick response because our time is limited. Feng first, just a quick response. Is that a serious comment? Is that a prospect?
Yes, it's a big surprise to me when she just publicly made that point, because personally for long, as a scholar, I prefer the APTTP to RCEP, because you also know that such a 2 different parallels just represent different openness and a different liberalization of a market. So then she finalized his the agreement China could get into the TPP, I think is a bigger leap for China's some sort of at least a policy readiness for open the China as much as we can.
Thank you. David, please.
Yeah, thanks. I don't have the crystal ball to tell you whether the administration will or will not, but I would be surprised if his highly capable people had not already studied CTTPP and have been looking at the pros and cons and possible ways they could, should they decide to do that. Over.
Thank you very much. We have a question. Questions are pouring in, far more than we'll have able to respond to in our next 15 minutes. But one question that's coming in is from, I believe, a Chinese participant in this webinar. It's very much, we're getting lots of questions from the US and lots from China. This question, I'll read it quite literally, word by word. Will the US beef up advocacy of the concept of liberalism in the next 4 years and use ideological differences as a weapon? It's an interesting question. And of course, seen from a Chinese perspective, I believe. Perhaps Michael first, and then it's a question aimed to the United States, Michael, and then Robert, please.
Well, I don't know about using it as a weapon, but I do think that, as I said in my remarks, that the Biden administration is likely going to place a higher emphasis on the general issue of human rights and China's illiberal behavior in a variety of areas as part of its policy. A lot of this, in terms of human rights issues, has to do with domestic issues within the United States. And there, it's a really tough thing for American leaders to be able to address human rights without responding to the kind of pressures that they get internally. And they also themselves believe in the need to do this. So I think you'll get a certain amount of that. And I think China could do certain things that would reduce that focus by the United States on these human rights issues. More broadly, in the sense of the international order and global norms, I think that the pressure on the idea of China's illiberalism will play a role in defining, what is the global order, so-called international order? To what degree does it rely upon political liberalism or democracy, if you will, as an essential element of that order? And is the fact that China is not a liberal democracy, does that mean specifically that China resists many fundamental elements of the global order? I don't think it does. I think that China's, if you will, resistance is narrower than what most people would argue in the United States. But I think that is an issue area that really needs more serious examination and indeed discussion between the United States and its allies and between the United States and China. I'll stop there. Thanks.
If I could just weigh in a little bit on this, I think there's a lot of reporting about the Democratic Party people being very concerned about authoritarianism in the world, and that the democracies and free trade are under assault. And China's seen in lead in this regard. It's making the world safe for authoritarians, and therefore this contest, the competition, in the sense of rivalry between China and the United States does encompass this area in a big way. This is from not so much from a conservative Republican side; it comes from the progressive side in the Democratic Party. There are a number of think tanks in Washington that have written a lot about this, who are associated with the Democratic Party and progressive, and they focus on these kinds of issues. So, is it a weapon? Well, it's a acute debate, acute competition. And China is seen through the Belt and Road Initiative, through working with Russia, through working with Iran, through working with all sorts of other countries. It's seen as supporting authoritarianism, as a counterpart to the liberal order that the United States wants to foster.
Thank you very much. And we have a broad question that's come in. I think it's really a spillover, perhaps, from the keynote dialogue. There's no easy answer to this, but it's broadly, I think it's a bit of a, we would say in French, a cri de coeur, a cry from the heart. This description of the inevitable competition and collision between two great powers. Is this something that is immutable, unchangeable, or are there prospects, some unprecedented dimension that might allow contemporary international thinkers to come together and to be rather more creative rather than be prisoners of this competition? A very general question, but I'd like to perhaps give each of the panelists a minute just to respond to that. Is there a way out of this box? Are we inevitably there? Starting perhaps with Michael, please.
Well, I mean, as I said in my comments, I think it's important to recognize that even though we are in a relationship now in which the rationale and the logic for cooperating closely, much less being partners in different areas, is just not there among elites, particularly in the United States. And so you have a level of suspicion, as Dave Finkelstein said, that really does fuel, and this is also true on the Chinese side, of course, towards the US, that does fuel this continuing deepening of a security and other types of competition. But we are not fated to be in a ever worsening relationship that leads to truly and deeply zero-sum worst case assessments of each country towards the other. The United States and China are not in the same relationship that the US and the Soviet Union were in. The relationship is vastly different in my view. And I think that the ability and the opportunities for being able to manage the tensions in this relationship are there. And I think that they are relatively strong if the domestic political pressures within both countries can be successfully managed and controlled by leaders who really understand the need to have an interaction with each other that really does provide for tangible, and not just words, tangible actions on the part of each side that can help reduce the security competition and the rivalry that Bob is talking about that does now exist. We are not fated for this situation to become ever more dire. If we are, then we really are in trouble. Because if we get into a conflict over Taiwan or something else, it is not going to be just related to Taiwan. It is going to be it'll go far beyond that and will pose a much greater danger than any sort of limited conflict or confrontation that we have had with the Chinese or frankly with other countries in the last 50 years or so.
Thank you, Michael. Dingli, is our way out of this box in 1 minute. So you're muted. You're muted, Dingli.
I think if the two countries should agree with some principle, a rule-based international order. So we should act per international law. Second, verification. Trust and verify. Or distrust, still verify. We need verification. So when US promised something, China need to verify. China promised something, US need to verify. So let's agree. In order to have a fair and a predictable relationship, whenever we promise something, that should be followed with verification. So if these two principles can be agreed, I can still forecast some predictable, smooth relationship, which would be more or less constructive.
Thank you. David, please. Inevitable competition or impossible competition or a way out of the box, please.
Well, I think there's always competition among nations at a certain level. What I don't believe is that confrontation is inevitable. Over.
Thank you. Robert, please.
Thanks. This gets to the issue of the Thucydides trap, which we introduced the session with. And this implies this kind of competition is going to lead to war. And I think what the Trump administration has shown, it created acute competition with China, didn't it? But the idea of war is those weren't his arrows. His arrows were trade sanctions and punitive tariffs and export control, things of that nature. And does that lead to war? And I'm not sure it does. I think it shows that you can handle a lot of issues with linkage that you don't necessarily have to go to war over. And I think the Defense Department and the Chinese PLA have a clear understanding of the disastrous consequences of such a war. So I'm not so concerned about the ultimate catastrophe here that many are concerned about. Obviously, I think this competition will continue, and it will be acute. But I don't think it necessarily will lead to this type of confrontation where you have a disastrous war.
Thank you. There's a question that's come in which may also emerge in the second panel, but I'll put it with, again, 1 minute responses. And that is the question of decoupling. And I think, is this a feasible thing? Can we, or would we, or can imagine a situation where China and the US would end up in a situation somewhat analogous perhaps to the US and the Soviet Union, where linkages were very modest, moving from a situation of relatively deep interdependence. Michael, please, 1 minute.
Well, I mean, I've said before that I think that the idea of decoupling the US and Chinese economies and technology zones, although I suppose technically possible in some ways, would be extremely destructive for both countries. It wouldn't be punishing China or containing China In some respects, it would be isolating the United States because other countries would take up the slack from interactions with China on economic, technological issues. One thing the United States needs to really understand is that even though its allies around the world are concerned about China's behavior in several areas, and rightfully so, they do not sign on to the kind of extreme draconian measures that have been voiced by some in Washington and including in the Trump administration. They're not going to sign on to this. America's Asian allies won't, and the Europeans even won't, despite their growing concern about China. So if we try to decouple these two systems, I think we're going to be in for trouble for ourselves. And the Chinese, I think, are already doing some of this decoupling because of their fears about U.S. Dominance and interference in the technological area. We need to have a dialogue between the two countries, the two governments, about the entire issue about what is competition in this economic and technology areas. How do you bound it? How do you define it? How do you bound it? And how do you implement violations? And that sort of discussion has been attempted in the past. It hasn't gone very far, but I think it needs to be reestablished. And we have to have, and it has to be done not just at a bilateral level. This has to be done with other countries as well, possibly most likely in the context of a revised WTO, World Trade Organization structure, where that is the strongest existing institution, despite its deficiencies and shortcomings, that can address these issues. And the United States has basically turned its back on the WTO. China itself has not been doing all that much to really actively support expanding and deepening WTO regulations in all these complex areas. So I think there needs to be a turnaround on this on the part of both US and China, and in consultation with and in dialogue with other countries as well.
Thank you. Dingli, 1 minute, please. You're muted.
Well, I have nothing to add.
Okay, fair enough. A big issue. Feng, do you wish to take a minute to on the decoupling issue?
Okay, I think under the Biden, decoupling will be going farther. The reason is, I think some sort of high-tech Cold War also just enforced to China by Trump administration. Then any just how say lingering hostility and China vigils also will inevitably just how say move on some sort of a further movement of the decoupling. But complete decoupling, of course, is unlikely. But further decoupling, we say to extend such a deep coupling will continue to extend. So that's also, I think, now is the most, it seemed to me, frustrating points of our bilateral relations. Any form of a deep coupling, not just a severe violation of free market access, but also will just prevent the Chinese students flowing. So then it always causes a bigger trauma to our bilateral relations. I really hope that Trump, yes, could do something to securitize the commercial relations, but please getting back to Americans, open market principle, because it's underlining element of a globalization and Americans' world leadership.
David, 1 minute, thank you. On the decoupling issue, if you wish, David. You're still muted.
I think this is an issue that's going to be debated here in the U.S. The Trump administration, or at least some members of the administration in the White House, had some very extreme views on this. And I think that those extreme views are not going to survive for too long. But I do think that on defense and security sectors and maybe medical security, the discussions are going to continue about how best to protect America's assets. Over.
Thank you. Robert, please.
Oh, thanks. Just to add to this pattern of discussion, I agree that what's happened is that the national security rationale for the United States and some other countries has gotten so concerned with China that the loss of economic benefit that comes from economic exchanges with China is overridden by national security grounds. And I think that pattern is underway. And you see this pattern taking place in dealing with Huawei, and how countries that were linked with Huawei are now delinking with Huawei. And I think this pattern will continue in the United States so long as we have this sense of urgency that the competition in high technology and economic benefit is such that we have to use these kinds of government interventions to restrict economic exchanges. One other point that hasn't been mentioned is the Democratic Party in their platform is very concerned about bringing industry, building industry in the United States, which Biden is definitely doing this. And so this will lead to decoupling. This is obviously designed to build things here. And I think that's going to add to this kind of movement that we see toward decoupling.
Thank you very much. Our time is up for Q&A, but Michael Swaine has asked for just a moment to provide some of his ideas on what actions China might take. Michael, please.
Thank you, Gordon. I appreciate that. I want to emphasize that I'm not saying that China needs to make this relationship work in the way in which some Chinese say that the United States needs to do all the heavy lifting. Both countries need to be able to take initiatives, ideally with understanding about what would come in a sense of reciprocity. But I want to raise these issues about China because they don't often get raised in these kind of conferences. We hear a lot from the Chinese side about what the US needs to do to restore the relationship to a better situation, but I think China can do many things as well. I think it needs to clearly reassert its commitment to global regimes and agreements on trade, investment, through clearly and publicly tangible actions that support those regimes, including, as I said, major efforts to initiate improvement of the WTO, especially in technology and investment areas, and to consider and to officially say that China would like to eventually become a member of the CPTPP, as the United States should also do. I think that China needs to place limits on the application of the national security law in Hong Kong to apply clearly only to issues of sedition and independence movements, not to those who are advocating for democracy under the spirit of the joint agreement. And there's a very unclear line here in terms of Chinese views and Chinese implementation of that law in Hong Kong. I think China should provide a strategy offering an expectation to gradually close down the so-called retraining and education centers in Xinjiang. It needs to put a stress on the downgrading of those centers, not the expansion of them. I think they're an overreaction. I think they've been a major, major impact on global opinion of China that has been disproportionate to anything else. Hong Kong and the pandemics have made it even worse. But I think the Xinjiang so-called training centers really have caught a lot of the publics around the world. I think that China needs to clearly declare its commitment to never use force first against any territorial claimants in the South China Sea and the East China Sea, and certainly not to dislodge any of them unless first attacked. That affirmation was made in 2002 on a very vague sort of level among the different claimants. But I think it's incumbent upon China and the other claimants to be much clearer on this issue going forward. I think China should avoid escalating military pressure on Taiwan. People in the US are talking about Chinese PLA aircraft overflying Taiwan, or possibly even the seizure of a small offshore islands in order to show China's resolve. I think these actions would have an enormously negative impact on this situation and create far more problems than they would solve. I think that China should be receptive to speaking with the US on how to stabilize the currently unstable military balance between the US and its allies and China in the Western Pacific, ideally through an acceptance of certain limits on certain types of military deployments across the region. And I think China could take many of these actions without weakening its position, and it would place the onus on the United States to reciprocate. But I think it should be part of a dialogue with the United States about what the two sides can do to show good faith and to show tangible movement that would reduce the level of tension and the sense of threat that exists on both sides. Some people say that we should only have small issue items. We should only talk about improvements among, if you will, low-hanging fruit, such as reopening consulates and allowing journalists to operate again in each country. I think those are certainly commendable and they're good, but I think the kinds of actions, at least some of them that I've been talking about, although difficult, are not impossible. They could possibly begin on a track 2 level as a serious source of dialogue, or a track 1.5 level initially, but ultimately with the idea of moving them to a track 2 level at some point. I think they would have a significant impact on our interactions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just in the nature of interest of balance, we're completely out of time, but I think it's only fair that one of our Chinese scholars, in this case, Feng, if you could do a 1-minute response to what U.S. should do, I think it's only fair to give that opportunity in the name of balance, but we have very little time. Please. Feng, you're still muted.
I think most importantly, the Biden administration should show it's professional. It's well seasoned, the policy team in dealing with China. For example, so Taiwan issue, yes, Mike mentioned the China just how say don't need to escalate the tension with Taiwan, but problem is who just how say triggered that just a lingering tension. So Trump administration did a lot of very provocative things and forcing China just how say pushing back. So then on the other hand, where we see, for example, decoupling. So then we could see some sort of extension, but don't just cause damaging and causing domination of our bilateral relations in all the terms. Then last one is I really think the both leaders should just featuring something showing their good hospitality. Then probably such a climate change and even mood change could just ensuing for some sort of improvement effort for our bilateral relations.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank all of our panelists. I wish we had several days in a more informal setting. Perhaps, and certainly post-COVID, we can resume the face-to-face discussions, which have so many advantages. But thank you all. I now pass back to the ICAS organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Gordon.
Houlden. And thanks to our 5 panelists for your great contribution to the discussion. We heard so many things. We heard worrisome facts and from both sides. And we also here express hope, although not very a lot. So the debate will continue. And now I would like to move on to the second panel on the U.S.-China engagement on trade, technology, and environment during an exhibition. This panel is going to be chaired by Dr. Liu Yawei. He is the Director of China Program at the College Center. Dr. Liu has written substantially on U.S.-China relations and facilitated a lot of online discussion lately. And he also involved in launching a new magazine called China-U.S. Perception Monitor. And probably many of you have heard about it. So Dr. Liu, you have the floor.
Thanks, Hono. The Carter Center is very proud to be part of the ICAS annual meeting. We had a very good opening. We have the debate between Ambassador Cui and Steve Orlins and Professor Allison. We also have a very productive debate on the second session. The third session, our session, unfortunately, we don't have any Chinese representation, but I still hope that the panelists will engage each other to share their different perspectives. There is a slight change in the order of speaking. We discussed this and everyone agreed. I'm not going to introduce them. The bios, full bios of all the panelists, the link is pasted to the chat. So our first speaker is David Dollar, to be followed by Yukon Huang of the Carnegie Endowment, International Endowment for Peace, and then by our own Saurabh Gupta, finally Ambassador Balton,
and Sally Uzel from the Stimson Center. So that's the order. And each of the panelists will have up to 10 minutes, but no more than 10 minutes to make your remarks. So David, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Yawei. It's a great pleasure to join this discussion on U.S.-China engagement on environment, technology, and trade. There's still a lot of uncertainty about what the Biden administration's policies would be, so I think we should be humble, but we can speculate about some likely trends. If I were giving a headline to my short remarks, it would be that there's going to be no immediate dramatic change in U.S.-China relations, but there will be some subtle changes which over time accumulate to a better relationship in these areas of environment, technology, and trade. So let me make 3 points. I think the really clear thing is that the Biden administration will rejoin the Paris Accord. President-elect Biden has been very clear about that. They'll rejoin the World Health Organization. He would like to get back into a UN-Iran deal, preferably strengthened from the original deal. So very clear the U.S. is going to be getting back into multilateral agencies and most importantly, dealing with what I call global public goods. In the process of dealing with global public goods, the U.S. will inevitably be working with China. A number of speakers have already mentioned that we have no hope of meeting a carbon zero target for the world by 2050 unless the US and China both make very, very rapid progress on carbon reduction. In principle, that could be each one working in parallel, but I think it's going to be natural for us to cooperate on issues like that. And this is going to be the most important change because frankly, there's been no positive interaction between the US government and the Chinese government for some years. So to start by having some positive in the relationship, working together on global goods where we have a common interest, that's already a significant step forward. My second point, though, is less positive. Following very much from the security discussion, I think we can count on the United States to keep a lot of its technology measures in place. I think there's quite a bit of confusion in what the US has done between security objectives and economic objectives, but many of the measures taken have been justified on national security grounds, putting Huawei on the entities list. The latest decision to identify 35 Chinese companies, mostly state enterprises that Americans cannot invest in. There's a whole range of these actions. Some of these are introduced by executive order just since the election. And I have to say, frankly, it's very unusual for an outgoing administration to have important executive orders after it's lost the election. So we can look at some of this as perhaps acting in bad faith. I think the Biden team will take a hard look at all of these security measures, especially the ones introduced at the last minute, and maybe they'll roll back some, but I think the Biden foreign policy team is going to still have a somewhat hawkish attitude toward China. And I think a lot of the security justified measures will remain in place. In this area, I like the framework offered by Secretary Hank Paulson, who says the US should have a small yard with high fences. And what he means by that is we should identify a truly small number of technologies and sectors that we want to protect for national security reasons, but that should be a very small part of the economy, and then we should have high walls around that. So it remains to be seen if we can get close to that ideal, but I think the Chinese side is going to be unhappy that quite a few security-oriented measures are going to stay in place. And then my last point concerns the trade relations between the US and China directly. Frankly, I think they're a mess right now. The US is imposing a 25% tariff on about half of what we import from China. In order to avoid further escalation, China agreed to a phase one trade deal, which is essentially managed trade, where China agreed to make a set of purchases $200 billion additional dollars over 2 years. I and others wrote at the time this was completely unrealistic. It represented a 40% increase over US exports from 2019, and then an additional 40% next year. Anyway, it's not happening. China's actually importing less than the trend, and it's only importing about half of what would be necessary to meet this agreement, which, as I said, I don't think really made any sense to start with. You think about some elements of it, China was supposed to buy $50 billion of energy from the US, but energy prices have collapsed because demand has collapsed. US firms are retrenching. So this kind of government-to-government agreement on trade is just not consistent with the market economy, and it's not working out. Now, the Trump administration also justified the tariffs on the grounds that, first, they thought it would change Chinese behavior, but second, they thought the tariffs in and of themselves would be good for the US economy, encourage reshoring of manufacturing back to the US, encourage value chains to leave China. I would say that this has basically failed almost completely. There hasn't been any significant reshoring. The Federal Reserve staff did a study of the impact of the tariffs on US manufacturing, and they concluded that we've lost 175,000 manufacturing jobs because of the tariffs we imposed on China. And that's because China naturally retaliated, but also we import a lot of parts and components used by American firms. And so we've put our firms at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, it hasn't had that much effect on China. We're importing less from China, of course, with the tariffs, but a lot of that final assembly has moved to countries like Vietnam. The US is importing more from Vietnam, Indonesia, others. So our trade deficit has gone up, it hasn't gone down. Meanwhile, China's exports to Vietnam and other countries have gone up very dramatically. Chinese firms are moving factories to Vietnam, so they're sending equipment and parts and components. And when we analyze the value added in trade, which those data always come out with a bit of a lag, I think we'll find there was very little change in the underlying value added trade pattern. It's just now some of that Chinese value added is going first through Vietnam or Indonesia before coming to the US. But this hasn't really achieved any objective. So let me end this part by saying that we've seen members of the Biden team speak out against the tariffs, but in his interview with the New York Times this week, President-elect Biden himself said he will not remove those tariffs on day one. I think the US is going to be focused on a range of domestic issues in the first year. There would be room for China to come forward with a proposal. This would be a good moment for China to make a bold proposal to address many of the structural issues that are really the heart of our differences. But I don't expect the bold proposal from China. I think those tariffs will probably stay in place through the first year of the Biden administration. And Biden has said he wants to coordinate with our allies. When he does that, he's going to hear that the allies don't like the managed trade. They don't like the US tariffs. They don't like violating the WTO rules and preventing dispute settlement. So if the administration is serious about coordinating with allies, then maybe when we get into a second or third year, we may actually get some movement in terms of reducing the tariffs and negotiating some improvement in U.S. China relations. But as I said, don't expect any big, immediate, dramatic change in relations. But I'll go back to where I started. Just getting the U.S. back on working on global issues is going to be a positive step forward that hopefully over time will lead to other positive steps. Thank you very much. I think you're muted, Yawei.
Thanks. So now we're going to our second speaker. Yukon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Yawei. And thank you for inviting me to speak on this topic. The sessions thus far focused on the fact that the tensions and misunderstandings between China and the United States are great. And many people are relatively pessimistic about how will this be addressed. I think this session is going to focus a lot about economic issues. Are economic issues going to make it more difficult, or in fact, will they become a factor in making the dialogue easier to deal with under a Biden administration? Let me talk about this by beginning with what triggered what I would call the economic conflict between the United States and China. Go back 2.5 years ago, March 2018, when President Trump launched his tariff-based trade war, and he commented that a trade war was good and easy to win. So as David mentioned in his discussion, a year or so afterwards, if you look at what happened in 2019, you really don't see that as the outcome. The consequences of the tariff largely is that U.S. trade balances have actually weakened. They've actually deteriorated. China's trade surpluses have actually gotten stronger. And it got stronger because China was able to diversify its exports. Instead of selling to the U.S., it sold more to Latin America, to sell more to ASEAN, it sold more to Europe. So the original intention of the tariffs was to protect the United States, strengthen competitiveness, and improve its balance of payments, make it reduce the deficits with China and overall deficits. In fact, the opposite has occurred. So that's largely basically failed. I think it's sort of like a tariff approach has been largely discredited. Most studies have shown this. So what happened when the pandemic emerged? Again, the pandemic emerged, it strengthened the concept that America should become more self-sufficient, and supply chains were not working in its favor. The great shortages of medical supplies, the reliance on China on ventilators, and this became even extended to issues like rare earths. Rare earths are largely produced in China. The United States is heavily dependent upon rare earths in terms of manufacturing a range of high-tech product lines. So this concept of self-sufficiency became very strong during the pandemic. But if you look at what actually happened over the last few months, the opposite has actually happened, because China was able to deal with the pandemic better than other countries. China was able to recover faster. So industrial production scaled back up, exports surged. Exports in China are growing at 10% a month, whereas the world trade is stagnated. So the consequence is that China initially was exporting a lot more critical medical supplies. This was then followed by computers, communication equipment, and more recently by household goods and a whole range of materials. The consequence once the year finishes is that China's trade surplus, instead of being sort of like 0 or 1% that most people had forecasted, is likely to be 2 to 3% of GDP, much larger than people had foreseen. And America's trade deficits are getting larger, driven in large part because of the fiscal deficits due to the tax reforms. So where are we today? If you go back 2 years ago, the intentions in terms of the trade war, the tariffs, the measures, they were designed, in fact, to improve what I call America's balance of payments and sort of like moderate China's surpluses. But the reality is the opposite has been happening. So it was not intentional. But the point I want to make is that the economic consequences, the results, are actually going to put more pressure on the system to say, what are we getting out of China? Is the problem going away? And on paper, it will look like it's not going away. So what you have now, as David described, is a process of decoupling, going from research, decoupling visits of tourists, of scholars, to technological decoupling, the banning and restricting of high-tech components being shipped to, used by Huawei, ZTE. The other day, there was an article about the fact that China's efforts to produce commercial aircraft may be adversely affected. So that decoupling is going away. And as we discussed, and discussed in the previous session, how will this evolve? Can this basically become a major problem? Is it realistic to decouple the US and China economy? And let me start off by looking at the technological implications. If America restricts its exports of chips, high-tech components to companies like Huawei and ZTE, and a range of Chinese companies potentially are under the threat of existence. They could be driven out of business. So this is a serious issue in terms of China's interest in becoming more innovative and supporting its high-tech manufacturing industries. But the consequences for American companies are equally severe. U.S. companies depend, many of the high-tech companies, generate 20 to 50% of their revenues and profits from selling to China. So if they're no longer able to do so, this will have a major impact in terms of U.S. companies' abilities to invest and to innovate. A study done by the IMF a couple years ago asked the question that if you decoupled, if you separated the exports of high-tech components to China, what would be the consequences? And the answer was that in the short term, China would suffer. Major companies would be disrupted, would be able to do various things, but the long-term impact on the US was actually greater. The estimates were that about half, that America's growth rate could be cut in half because of this decoupling of high-tech exports. So this damage both ways is severe. So let me get into the question of decoupling. Decoupling, when you first look at it, you think about America's exports to China, China's exports to the United States. The major issue is that America exports about $200 billion of goods to China, but American companies generate about $600 billion of revenues operating in China. So if you start going into this decoupling and start to look at what could be done or what could affect American businesses, it's extraordinarily large. The answer to all this is that decoupling is going to hurt both countries a lot. And this is what I like to focus on. Decoupling, supply chains, the implications, it's businesses that are probably going to trigger what I call a reaction. Because carried to the extreme, you can have such serious negative consequences for both sides that governments are going to have to ask the question, is the damage so severe, can we continue to pursue this? And now let me go back to the issue that's been under discussion for the last hour and a half. What is different today compared with 3 or 4 or 5 years ago in terms of the U.S. China relationship? The major difference today is that we've now integrated security concerns into economic concerns. For decades, we basically had policies which allowed China and U.S. economic integration to proceed. This drove global growth and trade patterns. Over the last 4 or 5 years, however, security concerns, foreign policy concerns have surged and become more important. And the security concerns are a zero-sum game. Economic concerns generally seen as potentially generating benefits for both sides. So now we have a very serious issue in the sense that security concerns are dominating what I call commercial economic concerns. And the issue is, if this becomes extreme to the point that both economies are severely affected, then what I see coming in the next year or two is severe pressure coming from companies, both in the United States and in China, saying this cannot continue. And then you have to address what I call a very difficult issue. What is the right balance in addressing security concerns and the commercial economic interests of business and households on both sides? And the problem is we do not have either a global regulatory framework to address this. We don't have the collaborative procedures to make or moderate the tensions concerned. And let me just suggest that 2 things probably need to be happening. We need to create global agreements, probably beginning with the US, Europe, and China, in terms of how to address these so-called security risks which are interfering with what I call traditional trade and economic issues. That's one thing. And we don't have it at present. Europe is trying to negotiate a bilateral investment treaty with China. America, under the Obama administration, was also discussing a bilateral investment treaty, but that was shoved off when Trump came into power. So one potential vehicle in the coming year to address a lot of these investment tensions is what I would call a trilateral investment treaty between Europe, China, and the United States. And that would be one means of trying to actually multilateralize the concerns and also to reduce risks. The second area, which I think is ripe for addressing, take the Huawei issue, the 5G issue. And the issue has been we're going to have a system for United States and the West, which is independent China, and then China will be operating in China and Asia and Africa, separate systems. Why don't we have a system in which European companies and Huawei partner in developing 5G systems? And in that process, try to provide a means for addressing what I call legitimate security risks, which are perceived here in the United States and Europe, and which I think China believes do not really pose a significant problem. But to address it, the only way I can see addressing it is actually partnering European, Western companies with Chinese companies to move forward and to establish an understanding that could address both security as well as economic concerns. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thanks. Now we're moving to Saurabh Gupta on executive orders and its impact on decoupling.
Thank you for Dr. Liu. I'm going to be speaking on the topic of, as you see, deconstructing technology decoupling. My presentation is going to be a little different in the sense I'm not going to be providing really insight per se, as much as giving a kind of a table setter, a background of all the things that have transpired over the past 2 years. The key purpose of this presentation, as you can note, is specifically to identify the most important, the key provisions in some of the recent White House executive orders and Commerce Department rules, which have been drafted with intent to accelerate and tech decoupling. Now, because these provisions, I've reproduced them in verbatim in the PowerPoint, there is a lot of text. So what I would recommend is don't be detained by the text to read the text. Rather, suggestion would be to focus on just 3 things. One is, look at how recent many of these orders and rules are, the dates basically. Secondly, look at the Chinese items, products, and sectors that are being focused on and the variety of means that are being brought to play to bring them into the net. And final point is, which is also my key takeaway just to pay attention to, is what the Trump administration is doing is not so much creating a new toolkit of policy instruments to accelerate decoupling, as much as it is significantly widening the existing toolkit of instruments to enable it to use it flexibly and for discretionary use. Obvious intent, of course, is to target selective Chinese advanced industrial sectors for decoupling. Matt, next. Before I go into the various avenues the US has chosen to target China in terms of export controls, let me just throw out a kind of list with the US itself put out very recently. The White House, as you see, October 2020, and it listed basically the main technology areas. And in fact, in Washington, one of the many areas of thinking is what are emerging technologies, what are core technologies, what are founding technologies, so that then the policymakers can get down to seeing how to exercise controls over how these technologies are acquired or controlled. Next. Okay, let me get to the various channels by which the US is trying to maintain these controls over China. The obvious one, obviously, would be the ICT product channel. And this executive order, which you see out there, is literally the kind of the big daddy in terms of the executive orders. It was put out just 10 days after it was called the 100-day negotiations, which failed in May 2015. And then the executive order was put out on information and communication technology supply chain. Now, just the only thing to notice, the takeaway from here is that it provides huge degree of discretion to the Commerce Secretary to list and determine particular countries, determine particular adversaries, determine particular technologies, and then go ahead and put them on the control list. And obviously there has been a lot of pushback since by private sector because they don't want the discretionary extent is too wide for them. And so this has been going up and down within the regulatory rulemaking process. But anyway, this is the this is basically the framework by which US can exercise very far-reaching controls on high-tech advanced manufacturing products. Next, Matt. Well, now this one, if that was the kind of the big daddy in terms of the executive orders, this is probably the most famous one. It's not an executive order, it's the final rule. This is the rule which was to kneecap Huawei, and this was the specific provision to kneecap Huawei. There were previous series of executive orders, final rules with regard to trying to limit Huawei's access to chips, but this is the one which essentially said that even non-US made semiconductor chips, in which, how do I frame it? What this basically essentially said that even chips which are not of US origin, but which have been made overseas using American equipment itself cannot be sold to Huawei. And this is the one which has really been the one which has really hurt Huawei and is hurting Huawei. But the important point to note is this: it didn't talk in terms of Huawei, it talked in terms of a footnote 1 designation, which has only Huawei right now, but can be customizable to other future 5G players also. Matt, next. Okay, next channel is military industrial end-use channel, military end-use channel. Now here, the U.S. has had a long-standing arms embargo against China. That's known. But what this order does, and this provision in particular does, is expand the definition of military end use and the product list to sweep in a whole number of civilian side technologies as being military industrial items which need to be controlled. And as we can see at the bottom, I know there's a lot of text there. It's semiconductors, telecommunications equipment, optical sensors, civilian area technologies in which China is rising, some in which it is doing very well, but this can now fall within the export control net, basically. Next, Matt. Staying with military industrial, we just heard about this one, which is executive order to ensure that American investors don't put money in what is effectively Chinese private companies, but who may be performing some services for the Chinese military. We had this sort of a provision, not military related, some time back, I think earlier this year, with regard to Chinese private companies being delisted potentially from US exchanges if they don't suffice by US audit requirements. This is written in similar lines as in to deny American investors a slice of the pie in Chinese companies, but these in this context in companies which might have some military industrial nexus. Next, Matt. Then again, next is the human rights channel. Again, see the date, October 2020. Everything is just in the past year or somewhat there, it's like that. And again, the purpose out here is to expand the sweep of civilian private market, of private companies, which might provide certain telecoms equipment, information security equipment, sensors, as part of crime control equipment, to bring them also into the net, and therefore can be sanctioned or export controlled. So again, now this as we talked about, there was the ICT channel, there's the military industrial users channel, it's a human rights channel. Of course, there's also in terms of labor rights channel can also be used, but that is not in terms of advanced technologies. And the final channel I would suggest is the, Matt, next one, is the data flow channel. And this is, data flow, this text is from the upgrade of the CFIUS law to block, to ensure that Chinese companies cannot make the sort of acquisitions that they had been making, particularly in the advanced technology areas. But this is, the point of putting this is to list out the areas of which are considered sensitive personal data in the US by the US government, to enable that there is no coupling at all in the first place. There isn't coupling at this point of time, and any attempt at coupling in these areas related to this sort of personal data is not going to happen going forward either. And so this is the data flow channel in which there's going to be an element of decoupling which is setting in. So finally, let me just come down to I'm just going to throw out, Matt, next slide, the certain observations, implications, questions. Not going to go through them in any particular detail, but let me just run through a few. First of all, what was the purpose of tariff and Lighthizer tariff war? I mean, China has been hit and hit hard, and all of this could be done by legal means, and which was done through the technology, through the advanced technology angle. I mean, the tariff war has been a failure. It's illegal. It has been damaging, and it didn't serve its purpose. I mean, it raises that question. Second point, you can notice most of these export orders clustered around semiconductors, telecoms, AI, data flows. Some of these are areas where China has real competency. And the question is it generally about genuine security concerns and wanting fair market competition, or is it about thwarting China's rise? The next point I'd make is, well, one way or the other, Uncle Sam will get you. I mean, if you're a semiconductor company, but you're not at the cutting edge of semiconductors, but you do serve the Chinese military, we'll go after you that way. You don't have to be a cutting edge company. You need to be a rising company, and we can still get you in the net. So this is one way. And just finally, let me get to maybe what will President Biden do, considering that he's going to be forced with many of these issues. And my view is, of course, he's going to maintain most of it, but maybe get a little bit more nuanced in terms of end users rather than end user. The Trump administration has kind of worked backwards from, okay, we need to punish China, and then we need to punish by way of end users. Maybe Biden will be taking a little more nuanced view on this. Finally, my last slide, I'll keep it very brief. Matt, if we could put it up. And that's just to show that, I mean, there's, of course, all these complications that the US end has set in, but, China is not sitting in idly either. And in the last few months, I mean, we've seen a bunch of stuff happening at their end. The unreliable entities list order, export control law, update of catalog to prevent acquisition of its own technologies. And we saw that with regard to TikTok's algorithm, foreign investment security reviews, and also tit-for-tat sanctions. I mean, China threatens America with sanctions. It's actually begun to implement certain sanctions with regard to Hong Kong related issues and with Taiwan sales related issues. So China has shown stomach that it is beginning to actually sanction America, and that could also happen in other areas in advanced technologies. So let me just leave it out there. And this is more to, as I said, to provide a kind of table setter of the hectic activity that has happened in the past 12 months and what this might mean going forward and how the US government has gone about doing it. Thank you.
Thanks, Saurabh. Now we are moving to a different area. Ambassador Balton will talk about the oceans and how US and China can work together to protect one of the most important resources in the world. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Dr. Liu. I want to thank the Institute for China-American Studies and particularly my friend Nanjing for inviting me here today. I will focus on the ocean and also the two polar regions, together more than 70% of the planet. Now, when most people think of relations between China and the United States relating to the ocean, they immediately think of the South China Sea. And that has already come up this morning a number of times. And of course, it's important. But I'm here to say that there is actually a much larger agenda relating to the ocean affecting China and the United States. The ocean is, after all, fundamentally important for us. It gives us a lot of the oxygen we breathe. It regulates our global climate, and it's vital for the world's economy. Something like 3 billion people rely directly or indirectly on the ocean for their livelihoods, fisheries, shipping, tourism. They're already critical sources of employment and income. The ocean also holds potential for future industries, renewable energy and marine biotechnologies, just to name a couple. But to obtain these benefits and to retain the ones we already get from the ocean, we need the ocean to remain healthy. And I'm sorry to report that the ocean is not in good shape these days. It is not. In the past, the United States and China worked cooperatively on the types of challenges facing the ocean. And the good news, if there is any, is that I see some real possibilities to resume certain types of this cooperation during the upcoming US administration led by President-elect Biden. Now, what are the challenges? When I think of the problems confronting the oceans, I tend to put them into three baskets. One has to do with unsustainable fisheries, and my colleague on this panel, Sally Ozel, I think is going to talk quite a bit about that. The second basket relates to pollution in the ocean. Now, something like 80% of all pollution in the world's ocean originates on land, such that all countries with a coastline contribute to this problem and thus bear some responsibility for developing solutions. And it's no secret that a lot of land-based pollution in the ocean, particularly plastic pollution, comes from East and Southeast Asia, including China. China has taken steps to address some of these problems, but frankly needs to do a lot more. The third category of issues affecting the health of the world's ocean I see as related to climate change. Everybody, of course, thinks of sea level rise. Yes, particularly in the future, that will be probably the most serious concern. But already we have seen sea surface temperatures increasing. We've seen destruction of coral reef ecosystems. We have seen growing acidification. Yes, the ocean is becoming substantially more acidic. Why? Well, something like 30 to 40% of the carbon dioxide we emit into the atmosphere deposits into and mixes with the ocean, raising its acidification, lowering the pH. For those who are interested in more about all this, I could refer you to a 2019 report by the International Panel on Climate Change, a special report on the effects of climate change on the world's ocean and cryosphere. The United States and China, as the two largest emitters of greenhouse gases, of course, need to step up. And President-elect Biden has made that one of the pillars of his campaign this past year, and I expect will become a pillar of US foreign policy, also domestic policy, coming up. And the fact that he appointed John Kerry, former Secretary of State, my former boss, as the kind of lead on this issue in the incoming administration, says to me that the United States will be active at the international level, including on issues relating to the interplay between climate change and ocean issues. Some years ago, the United States and China and all other countries in the world set a target for protecting parts of the world ocean in marine protected areas or their equivalent. Sustainable Development Goal 14 set 10% as that target by 2020. Well, here we are, it's 2020, and we have not reached that target. There is some movement afoot to set a new target of 30% of the ocean protected in such ways by 2030. And if we're going to get there, if we're going to embrace that target and actually reach it this time, once again, we need to be doing more. Now, there is one opportunity in the form of a set of negotiations that have been taking place under the auspices of the United Nations toward an agreement to protect biodiversity in the ocean in areas beyond any country's jurisdiction. They go by the acronym BBNJ, Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction. China, throughout the course of these negotiations, has mostly identified with and been part of a block of countries, the developing countries. And the United States, for the most part, has affiliated itself in these negotiations with developed countries. And there is an unfortunate sort of, if I can use a term from years past, the North-South divide in these negotiations. But my sense is that the underlying interests of both the United States and China on the range of issues that remain to be resolved in these negotiations are actually somewhat closer to one another than might otherwise be obvious. And if I'm right, this should afford the United States and China perhaps to forge the needed compromise on some of the key issues that remain under negotiations. And if they are successful in doing this, we will have a new agreement that will give us another tool to establish, for example, high seas marine protected areas and promote the use of environmental impact assessments on human activities affecting the world's ocean. Now, this agreement is still many years away. The negotiations, unfortunately, have run into the COVID problem, and a negotiating round that was supposed to have taken place last summer got postponed. Maybe the negotiations will wrap up successfully in 2021, maybe not. And even after they finish, it will take some years for this agreement to enter into force. And while that is happening, we need to be looking for other ways together to try to promote ocean health. In the waters around Antarctica, in the Southern Ocean, there has already been established the world's largest marine protected area in the Ross Sea. And there are proposals pending for 3 additional marine protected areas around Antarctica. China is one of 2 countries blocking adoption of these marine protected areas. Why? Why would China and Russia, the other one, be blocking this when we have an opportunity right now to improve the health of the world's ocean, at least in the Southern Ocean? I can report better cooperation between China and the United States and a number of other governments that care about the Arctic, the other polar part of our planet. China participated very constructively in negotiations that I was personally involved in to produce an agreement on fisheries in the Central Arctic Ocean. 9 countries, including U.S., China, also the EU, signed this agreement in 2018, but all 10 need to ratify the agreement for it to enter into force. 9 of them have done so. China has not. China needs to ratify the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement. I believe it will do so. It has said it would. Perhaps, again, COVID has slowed down the internal approval process, but this needs to happen. In conclusion, I would say the ocean agenda has been a topic on which China and the United States have, in the past, found ways to work together. And some of that cooperation, I would say, has even continued, at least below the political radar screen, during the Trump administration. But my sense is that during the incoming Biden administration, the attention to these types of issues and the commitment to do more to advance them will be rather significant. And this provides an opportunity, once again, for the United States and China to find ways to work together on issues of common interest, both bilaterally and through a whole host of multilateral fora in which they're both involved. I certainly hope that we will find this happening in the future. Thanks very much. Happy to answer questions when the time comes.
Thank you, Ambassador Balton. Our last but not the least speaker is Sally Uzel, talking about not just climate change, but one of the most important things for all of us, if we like to eat fish, is fishery, and how US and China could coordinate on fishing transparency and other issues. Sally?
Thank you, Dr. Liu, and thank you, Hung Nong and ICAS, for the opportunity to join today's discussion on U.S.-China engagement related to the environment. Today, I was asked to really talk about my thoughts on areas of mutual opportunity between the Biden-Harris administration and Beijing in their efforts to work together to address climate change and combat illegal fishing. I mean, any global solution to climate change and achieving sustainable fisheries worldwide will require ambitious actions, partnership, and cooperation between the United States and China. Both China and the United States are the biggest emitters of carbon pollution. At the same time, global markets for clean energy technologies are growing rapidly, particularly in emerging economies. Internationally, China has the largest distant water fishing fleet. And although the US has one of the best managed fisheries in the world, it's really a major market state. We import over 80% of the fish we consume. So earlier today, Ambassador Cui quoted Shakespeare, "Our destiny lies not in the stars, but in ourselves." He really spoke about the need to work towards mutual goals and cooperation and keeping our relationship constructive. So against this backdrop, I believe there is a cause for optimism. I expect to see very rapidly a return to positive diplomacy, multilateralism, and increased bilateral cooperation between the two global leaders who now represent the world's two largest economies. Over the past 4 years, there has been an absence of US environmental leadership. And China, not surprisingly, has emerged as a world leader in clean energy technologies like solar, wind, and electric vehicles. Beijing has also announced ambitious goals towards carbon neutrality, while highlighting new policies that are designed to improve fisheries, enforcement of their global fleets around the world. And this is all good. Here in the United States, US cities, states, and businesses have been left to organize and lead on clean tech. But the incoming Biden administration has already changed the US narrative, saying it will re-engage with the world as a global leader on environmental issues. They will pivot the US back to more constructive diplomacy and increase multilateral and bilateral opportunities. They released a very ambitious climate plan, noting first rejoining the Paris Agreement as their first priority step, integrating climate policies across the whole federal government. They've announced bold targets for carbon neutrality, while also focusing America's economic growth on building a more expansive clean tech economy. President-elect Biden sent a really strong global message when, as David said, he named former Secretary of State John Kerry, also my former boss, to a cabinet-level post as U.S. climate envoy. This is an important signal towards rebuilding trust on climate diplomacy. I mean, in international diplomacy, relationships really matter. President-elect Biden has committed his career to foreign policy. He knows President Xi personally and how to negotiate productively. And with the announcement of Secretary Kerry as the climate envoy, the U.S. will have experienced statespeople, a statesperson who has played crucial roles with China on a number of environmental issues, including gaining China's support to join the Paris Agreement and embrace those targets. And this is all critical because, frankly, we are running out of time. The climate crisis is real and it threatens the security of every nation. 2020 is wrapping up to be another year that breaks historic climate records. Yesterday, the UN State of the Climate Report was released, and it said 2020 will be the third hottest year on record, and potentially by year's end, it could be the hottest. A marine heat wave has hit over 80% of the marine environment. We witnessed unprecedented wildfires this year in Western US. Australia is currently having record heat events. And as the 2020 hurricane season winds down, there have been a record number of hurricanes in the Atlantic, as well as across Asia, including the Philippines, Vietnam, and Bangladesh, to just name a few. And even this past summer, there was such heavy flooding on the Yangtze River, which led to an estimated $26 billion worth of damage. So China and US are the largest emitters of greenhouse gases. They have an extraordinary opportunity to work together to address the climate change problem. They have many goals in common. Both recognize the potential for green tech jobs to bolster their economies. Both have made climate mitigation pledges, with President Xi pledging to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060, and Biden plan calls for 100% clean energy economy and net zero emissions no later than 2050. The US and China must cooperate to meet the mitigation targets set out in the Paris Agreement and to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. However, to be credible, both China and the US must work together to ensure that their pledges are backed by action and are transparent in their accounting on how we're going to get there. China continues to build coal-fired plants at home and around the world, and their emissions are expected to continue to grow over the next decade. So although the China pledge is truly transformational, many are worried that it is going to take too long to get there and too long to achieve the 1.5 goal. And that means other countries are going to have to step up to balance these emissions. I suspect the ambitions to meet the targets will really actually spur cooperation and positive competition between our two powers, which in turn could improve global technologies, reduce prices across the renewable energy sector, and all of this will benefit users around the globe. Commitments by both countries to reduce carbon emissions will only be successful if it also extends to foreign investments and foreign assistance. For example, through the Belt and Road Initiative, to show really true leadership, the expansion of coal-fired plants under China's BRI should be phased out and replaced by greener alternatives. Although much has been done to address climate change when it comes to climate adaptation and resilience, the funding remains inadequate for the world's most vulnerable countries and communities. So both countries need to collaborate to shore up the Green Climate Fund while working with multilateral financial institutions like the World Bank, the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, and the Asia Development Bank to really support climate financing where it is needed most. So whether mitigation, adaptation, or global diplomacy, all of this is likely to spur a healthy geostrategic competition across clean tech marketplace, offer positive cooperation that can help both countries and the world meet their climate mitigation pledges, and further other opportunities for shared climate financing and knowledge. This is the kind of positive global competition and cooperation. It's really a healthy race to the top, and it can only benefit our global community. And also, let me just briefly touch on global fisheries, which are very important. Fisheries are big business. They employ over 60 million people around the world. The need to collectively combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, known as IUU fishing, is a U.S. priority, and it is going to continue to be so under the Biden administration. It's important because we need to safeguard the health and sustainability of our global ocean and the communities who depend on them. You know, IUU fishing is a global industry, and it generates annual black market profits of up to $36 billion a year. And it makes up 20 to 50% of the global fish catch. Everyone on this call has eaten IUU fish unknowingly. IUU fishing affects most major markets, including the United States and China, and harms the fragile fish stocks, which Ambassador Balton talked to and said are so important. So distant water fishing is also a very opaque system. While not all distant water vessels engage in illegal fishing, the lack of enforcement can really increase its livelihood. So China has the world's largest distant water fleet. It operates around the globe, making it difficult to provide adequate monitoring and enforcement for its own fleet. You know, out of sight, out of mind. Over the past years, China has taken some serious steps to pass policies to improve its global fishing operations. For example, China now mandates vessel monitoring systems and automated information systems on their flag vessels. They have blacklisted vessels and denied subsidies to vessels that are caught engaging in illegal fishing. China's recent 14th five-year plan includes a discussion on oceans and fisheries. And just a couple weeks ago, China's Agricultural Ministry released a white paper outlining many of its rules, regulations, and multilateral agreements to govern its global fleet. But despite these important policies, Chinese fleets continue to fish illegally in foreign waters. This includes off the Galapagos, Argentina, Chile, and even in the waters of North Korea. The continuation of incidents like this make the words and the policies of Beijing around IU fishing ring kind of hollow and open up China for criticism. So moving the policies from words on paper to real enforcement and true transparency is going to be key to getting these vessels under control. By embracing fisheries transparency reform and prioritizing enforcement, China has an opportunity to work with the United States in the fight against illegal fishing. China and the US have demonstrated successful bilateral cooperation through joint fishery enforcement operations and agreements in the past. But much more can be done. For instance, the US has prioritized the Port State Measures Agreement and is working with countries to help them accede to it and to implement the treaty. If China could accede to the PSMA, the two nations could then join their forces and support implementation of the treaty around the world and ultimately reduce illegal fish entering ports. China and the US have a history of successful engagements to affect the global policies and global markets. For example, President Xi and Obama worked together to combat the illegal elephant ivory trade. China's commitment has had a lasting effect on reducing ivory demand. This is such a good model to end IUU fishing and the US and China, if they came together and supported enforcement and transparency, they could really, really do an impressive job. So in closing, let me just say, both China and the US have a historic opportunity to really reset the global dialogue and build towards common shared environmental objectives. Joining forces can catalyze wider action in multilateral negotiations. Ambassador Balton mentioned the success that we've had in the past with the US and China working together on issues like Antarctica's Ross Sea and Marine Protected Area. These are the kind of opportunities we continue throughout our environmental programs. The global market is an area where we can work together and incentivize reforms. China could consider joining the United States, for example, the EU and Japan, as they work together to ensure that illegally caught seafood does not enter global markets without meeting transparency requirements. Or across the renewable energy sector, positive competition has the chance to drive down global prices and benefit the international market. You know, a rising tide floats all boats. Partnership between these two dialogues and large economies in dialogue can really serve and leverage as models to change behavior of other states or industries. And as the stage is reset with the new administration, it truly provides an important opportunity for renewed U.S.-China environmental diplomacy, engagement, and reaching agreement. And this can build bridges that grow trust that can also lead to breakthroughs in other more challenging areas. So thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have. Thanks.
Thanks to our five panelists. We are certainly operating behind schedule. So there are a few questions. We'll reverse the order, so we'll get questions to Sally and Ambassador Balton first, and then some questions to the other three speakers. So for Sally and Balton, one question is regarding, I think during the debate, Biden said, you know, he's going to hold China accountable for the emissions. So the question is how President Biden is going to hold China accountable for the emissions. Sally first.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, I really that's one of the things that is so important is transparency. I mean, not just transparency with China, but transparency with the United States and other countries around the globe. And so as we move forward, I think there's going to be a greater call for openness and transparency in how we achieve these important and robust targets.
I think Sally's right. I would simply add that one thing that President Biden will have going for him that President Trump did not is the support of other nations who also care a whole lot about this. I think the United States alone will have, did not have as much influence with respect to China on an issue such as emissions as we will in the upcoming administration, supported by so many others.
So the next several questions are posed to Ambassador Balton. First one is what is going to be the Arctic policy of the Biden administration? The second is since the Biden administration is so concerned about this and the economic, how the U.S. will view China's engagement with the Arctic countries?
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. I'll try to keep this short. Certain things will change. I'm confident in the Biden administration's approach to the Arctic. The most important one having to do with climate. By rejoining the Paris Agreement and by, I hope, once again becoming a leader at the international level in efforts to combat climate change, the United States will bring itself back into alignment with most of the countries who care about the Arctic, which is in fact melting. The Trump administration, of course, had a very different approach, and that has not led to good cooperation in the Arctic, to say the least. And the United States was responsible for blowing up the last ministerial meeting of the Arctic Council in 2019 over the issue of climate change. Yes, there needs to be some balance struck, as always, between efforts to protect the environment and to allow economies, including in Alaska, to develop. I don't know that there will be radical changes in everything, but I do expect the Biden administration to lean much more heavily into conservation and environmental protection. But even the Trump administration, on its way out the door, shut down the possibility of development of a large mine in the in waters that flow out into the Bering Sea, suggesting that this is always a trade-off and decisions can be made on both sides. With respect to China in the Arctic, so as came up throughout the course of the morning, much of U.S. foreign policy in the last 4 years was seen through a kind of anti-China lens, including Chinese activities in the Arctic. While there are some Chinese activities in the Arctic that bear scrutiny, including under a Biden administration, I suspect that under President Biden, there will be more of an effort to try to work cooperatively with China, I would add, with Russia, at least on mutual interests in the Arctic, including, as I mentioned, on the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement. While I have the floor, Dr. Liu, I need to say and apologize to you and others, I will need to leave in a few minutes at the top of the hour. I have another commitment.
Thanks. Next question is for Saurabh. You actually posed a lot of questions toward the end of your presentation, but the things you have identified in your remarks, they're all executive orders. If the Biden administration want, they can easily repeal these orders. How likely you think these orders could be resolved, or discussion, what David Dollar mentioned, small house with a high fence, until that discussion takes place, these orders are going to be there, just like the tariff?
Actually, some of them are orders. Many of them are rules, final rules by Commerce Department, and those don't change easily and are not easily changeable. I mean, there is discretionary authority here, but it needs a more engaged interagency process rather than just do it from the top. In terms of what Biden will do, I think the simpler way to approach this is not as what Biden will do, but what China can do. And what China can do out here is, US and China were fairly close on the phase 2 issues. US and China and the EU have made significant progress in their comprehensive agreement on investment negotiation on industrial subsidies and state-owned enterprise issues. And those are big issues in the CPTPP also, if it wants to join. if China can show that it can play by those advanced country market rules, then it creates that much more pressure on the US government to be able to relax some of these rules, because then the US companies end up being excluded or kind of from that game, because then the US companies are not playing the game while the other companies are playing the game on a fair level playing field, and US companies want to be part of it. And the Biden administration, so long as it wants to have a constructive relationship with China, will see that, yes, let's narrow this down to the least amount of encumbrance, and which is genuine national security related, rather than do this in kind of throw the kitchen sink the way the Trump people have done. So I think if China can show its genuine ability to make these changes, which it says it wants to, it can alter the incentive structure for the U.S. side on how strongly it maintains or does not maintain its export controls.
Thanks. For Yukon, in your remarks, you mentioned that a new approach might be for China and European countries to work on the 5G issue, so that this kind of sanctions imposed by the U.S. Could be loosened. How likely you think that is going to happen? For example, UK already decided not to use Huawei technology. Germany probably has already decided. Could European countries easily reverse their decisions? Will this be a welcome way for the European countries to re-engage Huawei and adopt Huawei technology, 5G and others?
This is not an easy decision. Firms are obviously more interested in protecting their own technology and getting business. But here you have a problem. You have security risks which firms cannot deal with. So governments have to basically provide what I call encouragement to both Chinese, European, American companies to say, is it potentially possible for you all to collaborate in providing the infrastructure, for example, for 5G? And look what's happening in TikTok. TikTok is forcing American companies and Chinese companies to see whether they could strike either a joint venture or partnership or merger for them to continue to operate while addressing what I call data security, other risks. And I think that's actually a reasonable model to address what I call the trade-off between security and commercial interests. Companies can't deal with it on its own. Governments have to encourage them to do so. And the question is, can they? Now you look at Huawei's strategy before in England. In England, what it struck was an understanding with the British government that an agency would be created to supervise and inspect Huawei's equipment for security risks. So, and Huawei was willing to give up a certain amount of autonomy and expose itself in order to satisfy England's concern. But go one step further, bring a European company into a partnership into the project, because a lot of the equipment actually relies upon components which are provided by European Western companies anyway. So it's just one step further to actually say that the investment or the framework for doing something could in fact be a joint Western China project. I think it's doable, but you have to have governments agree to say, if we go this way, maybe we don't have to sort of like decouple or restrict one country or another company's equipment. And I think in these kind of very sensitive areas, we probably don't have any choice. This was not an issue a long time ago, but I think it's a big issue coming into the future. And this is going to show up in artificial intelligence, drones, all sorts of areas. You're just not going to be able to provide a so-called reassurance to political and security-minded people that China's involvement or expansion or growth doesn't have some kind of risk. And one way to do it is to establish some kind of a partnership.
Thank you. David, in your remarks toward the end, you said any changes by the Biden administration is not going to be quick, it's not going to be easy. So that provides an opportunity for China to take the initiative. Michael is still here. Michael mentioned, his wish list. So if you are here, say you're still at the Treasury, and you like China side to propose, the structural changes. What should be the order in terms of Chinese government, trying to basically convince the American leadership that it is sincere in leveling the play field? Will that be the state subsidies? Will that be the technology transfer or the SOE reform? I don't see any sign of Chinese government trying to reform its SOE sector. But you're an expert. So what would you say to us that we don't quite have a complete picture of the whole thing?
Well, thanks. I appreciate you calling me an expert, but I would point out that there is a lack of transparency about a lot of Chinese practices, a lot of Chinese data. So, even for myself, I think there's quite a bit of uncertainty. My own sense is that of the issues the U.S. raises, the truly important ones are intellectual property rights protection, forced technology transfer, market access, because there's still some sectors of the economy that are relatively protected, particularly vis-a-vis investment. I don't think there are a lot of subsidies in China's state budget, to tell you the truth. I mean, China's got a pretty lean state budget. And you could argue that state enterprises have preferential access to credit, and that's a kind of subsidy. But that's a tough argument to make at the moment because interest rates in the West are basically zero. So Chinese state enterprises are paying quite a bit more for their loans than big American companies, which are basically paying very close to zero. So I have trouble getting excited about the idea, that there are a lot of subsidies to state enterprises. I would also point out that Chinese state enterprises play very little role in their export success. Their exports come primarily from foreign firms, but interesting recent research shows most of the value added comes from the domestic private sector. So the heart of China's economy is medium-sized private firms with 300 or 400 workers. So I get less excited about the subsidies to state enterprises than the other issues I mentioned, which I think are very important. Now, China has been gradually improving intellectual property rights protection, strengthening the penalties, the civil penalties, and I think they could do more to introduce stronger criminal penalties in this area. So I liked, I think it was Sarab who was talking about the smart move for China is to be negotiating with Europe, finalizing this bilateral investment treaty, locking in various changes in terms of market access, investment treatment, intellectual property rights protection. That's a kind of demonstration to the U.S. side of the possibilities of reform. And then I think if China came with that essentially the same offer to the United States, then that creates an environment in which the Biden team can take away the tariffs. I believe it was Yukon who made the point that American companies are going to be increasingly left out if China is making those reforms. So you will get some political pressure for change from that U.S. business community.
Thanks. Sally, I think there's one other question for you. You talked about the U.S.-China technological cooperation in the area of renewable energy. Will the security concerns be applied to the same area, or things could be worked out that, because both countries are so concerned about climate control, climate change, so there will be closer and better cooperation in this area?
Yeah, I think things like intellectual property will probably be as guarded as possible, but let's not forget, these are global companies with global markets. And so, what will be shared in the US is also going to be shared in China and other parts around the world. And there'll be certain standards of how, standardization of technologies so that we really truly get to a more global fit, whether it's Europe, US, emerging markets. And I think the standardization and the globalization beyond just China and the United States of renewable clean tech jobs and energy technologies are really going to lead us to a place where there won't be this kind of protectionism. I mean, you know, one of the things that was particularly problematic that just recently occurred during the Trump administration was, you know, during the trade wars, you know, the tariffs on China's solar panels, you know, really did not end up working out so well. They were intended to protect, for example, American solar panel industry, but the industry says that those tariffs actually hurt the development of solar and damage climate change. And that's because we need each other's industries to support the various pieces that fit together. You know, one may be better in transmission, or another one may be better in the panel development, or another may be better in, say, some of the other technologies. So I think it's going to be a more of a cooperative effort moving forward because I think the global market will demand it.
All right. I think our last question is posed to Yukon and David. That is, what do you think about the prospect of U.S. China cooperation in the area of international development? I think, David, initially you said you're going to talk about U.S. China working on debt relief to some of the developing countries, and also whether China and the U.S. could cooperate on the Blue Dot network. You know, is that likely? So, David, you go first.
Thank you. I think this is a very good question. So this could potentially be an area of positive competition. The new money financing of infrastructure. China has its large Belt and Road Initiative, which I actually think is, had quite a few successes around the world. I think the Western attitude is too negative, but it definitely has some problems of transparency and standards. It would be good if developing countries had more alternatives, but I'm skeptical about the Blue Dot network. The U.S. approach seems to be that countries should go to the private sector to finance infrastructure. In my view, this is unrealistic. The private sector is looking for a 15, 16% return to finance infrastructure in the developing world because it's very long gestation, it's risky. China, we criticize China for loans where interest rates are 5 or 6%, when the private sector rate is 15 or 16%. Now, the existing multilateral development banks like the World Bank lend for somewhat less than the Chinese money when you're talking about middle-income countries. So I would be in favor of expanding the resources of the World Bank. And plus, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank is off to a very good start. So the dilemma the U.S. faces is the potential for competition there depends a lot on expanding institutions where China's weight should be, it's already large in AIIB, and it should be growing in the World Bank. So the U.S. has resisted the expansion of the World Bank. It's resisted joining AIIB. And so developing countries really don't have very meaningful alternatives. And so you don't have the kind of healthy competition that's implicit in this question.
Yukon?
I think there is room for what I call greater collaboration in terms of global foreign aid in the coming years. If you look at it, China is now participating in the debt restructuring in a multilateral way. In the past, it only approached this in a bilateral sense. And it also realizes that its policies in the past to lend to countries in Latin America and Africa, and assuming that they could pledge their oil and mineral wealth to repay it, is not viable. When these countries get into trouble, a debt problem affects everyone, including China. And therefore, I think the criteria for lending, broadly speaking, for China is going to become better, are more complementary and harmonious with what I call Western policies. The same is happening in the Belt and Road Initiative. I think China is recognizing that it needs to basically be more careful about looking at projects, work in harmony with both global as well as country interests. And I think you're going to find what I call an improved quality of BRI projects. And lastly, look at the AIIB as a good example of what I call collaboration between China's interests and the interests of multilateral and other banks. A lot of the AIIB policies are fully consistent and drawn upon experiences of the World Bank or the Asian Development Bank. Many of their projects are being co-financed. And I think that the shared experience is very, very good. And I think the AIIB is a good example of where I think China's interests and global interests can come together, and you can both create more competition and also provide more resources to countries. AIIB is also now going beyond infrastructure lending only to a broader array of lending. It has even loans, for example, for the pandemic. So I think that there is, in fact, lessons learned on both sides to improve their products, healthy competition, and potential for greater collaboration.
Thanks. I think I'm going to conclude this panel by asking each of our four of you basically to identify one thing, your wish that may happen, either China taking the initiative or U.S. taking the initiative to make cooperation more likely for the Biden administration. Just one particular thing, specifically what needs to happen. Sally, you go first.
Well, for me, the word is transparency, and that is both transparency in the fishing industry as well as transparency in reaching the targets that are so important in climate change.
David?
So I would encourage the United States to make a strong statement reiterating its Taiwan policy, which has not changed under the Trump administration and which is written down in 3 communiques with the mainland. So basically, make an affirmation of an important policy that's been a foundation of U.S. China relations for a long time. And then, I've already said, I really think China should come back with a bold proposal to open up more markets, improve intellectual property, do some concrete things as a gesture of goodwill. And then you're likely to get the U.S. reducing the tariffs that have been imposed on China. But I think China is going to have to move first on that one.
Yukon?
I think much of the discussion over today has been on the problem of U.S. and China being able to respond in a positive way toward each other, and there's sort of a gridlock. But what I would note is that China's future depends upon a rules-based global international system to prosper. That's why it's become an economically a major success. President Biden's push for multilateralism, reliance upon the global rules, is also going to help reinforce this process. But I do not think that the two countries by themselves can solve the problem. You have what I call a prisoner's dilemma. They basically stalemated. So my wish in the coming year, to break the stalemate, you actually have to go beyond the US and China, and that's Europe. Europe has a huge role to play in basically squaring the differences between these two powers and showing that there's some kind of an agreement or ability to forge a constructive relationship.
Thank you. Saurabh, you have the last say.
My view is exactly what Yukon just said right now. There's a tendency to frame U.S.-China relations sometimes through the G2 lens. Let's not be doing that. Let's commit ourselves to multilateral processes and multilateral outcomes. And I think we will all be better off from that.
Thank you. That's the end of our panel. And Noam, the floor is yours to make your concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liu, and to our panelists. We hear more about cooperation in this panel than the first one. So it's already almost 1:30 p.m. in DC and the lunch hours and 2:30 a.m. in China. So I learned a lot on this variety of topics. I do not intend to hold you on for a long summary. We are going to publish a summary on our website and share with you later on. So I will take this opportunity to thank our speakers, panelists, and moderators for spending your time with us and sharing your expertise. And I also thanks to all the online participants from around the world staying very late or waking up very early to join us today. And certainly I want to thank our 3 co-organizers and also my colleagues who has been working very hard to provide technical support. So my final word, ICAS, as an independent think tank, we will continue to focus our research on the evolving dynamics in the China-US relations and to promote a greater mutual understanding and also greater cooperations. And we will also continue to fulfill our mission and our aim to provide a window into the worldview on both the United States and China, and to serve as a vehicle to promote greater understanding between these 2 countries and people and scholars. And finally, I really sincerely hope to see you in our next 2020 annual conference in person in Washington. So with that, the conference completed. Thank you very much for spending your time with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Enjoy the lunch and then go to bed earlier.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.